Praise be to God, praise Him, bless our great Zambia, Zambia, Zambia. Remain we stand under the flag of our land, Zambia. Praise to Thee, O one, strong and free.
Prayer. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessing descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation, in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country, and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Order. Honorable members, I have one announcement and 3 rulings. The announcement is that, honorable members, I wish to inform the House that the National Assembly will launch the Communication Strategy 2022 to 2026 and the My e-Parliament digital application as part of the efforts towards making Parliament that is responsive to the needs and aspirations of the citizenry. The communication strategy augments the institution's desire to enhance public participation in parliamentary business through the various platforms. The mobile application enables citizens to interact with honorable members of parliament in real time. In this regard, all honorable members are invited to the launch of the above platforms. The launch will be held in the amphitheater here at the main building, Parliament buildings, on Thursday, 16th November 2023, starting at 0930 hours. Attendance is on voluntary basis. I thank you. Now the rulings. The first ruling is on a point of order raised on Wednesday, 4th October, by Mr. K. Mukosa, Member of Parliament for Chinsali constituency, against Mr. A. Katakwe, Member of Parliament for Solwezi constituency, for insinuating that there were people in the government who had borrowed money and put it in their pockets. Honorable members, the House will recall that on Wednesday, 4th October 2023, when the House was considering the motion of supply for the 2024 national budget, and Mr. A. Katakwe, Member of Parliament for Solwezi East constituency, was on the floor, Mr. K. A. Mukosa, Member of Parliament for Chinsali constituency, raised a point of order. The point of order was premised on Standing Order 65-1B of the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders 2021, which requires a member who is debating to ensure that the information he or she provides to the House is factual and verifiable. In his point of order, Mr. K. Mukosa, MP, inquired whether Mr. A. Katakwe, MP, was in order to suggest that there were people in government who had borrowed money and put it in their pockets without providing evidence. In his immediate response, the Honorable Mr. Second Deputy Speaker reserved his ruling I have studied the matter and will now render my ruling. The point of order raises the issue of a member's duty to ensure that the information he or she provides to the House when debating is factual and verifiable. Honorable members, Standing Order 65-1B provides on the subject as follows, and I quote, 65-1, a member who is debating shall be ensure that the information he or she provides to the House is factual and verifiable, end of quote. Honorable members, in investigating the matter, I had recourse to the relevant verbatim record of the proceedings of Wednesday, 4th October 2023. The statement that led to the point of order is as follows, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, let me end by saying that in the 2024 annual borrowing plan, the government has outlined how it is going to borrow money, and it has shown that this has to be done transparently by bringing the plan to this House. It shows how prudent the government is on sustainable borrowing, not a situation in which we saw people borrowing money in order to put in their pockets, end of quote. Honorable members, the above excerpt confirms that Mr. A. Katakwe, MP, in his debate, insinuated that there were people in the past who had borrowed money and put it in their pockets. He, however, did not lay any document on the table to support his assertion. Mr. A. Katakwe, MP, was therefore out of order. I thank you. Let me just take a seat. The second ruling, honorable members, is on a point of order raised on Wednesday, 4th October 2023 by Mr. M. Kafwaya, Member of Parliament for Lunte Constituency, against Honorable R. Skumba, MP, Minister of Tourism, on whether the Honorable Minister was in order to state that members of Parliament had the power to direct how the Constituency Development Fund was applied, when in fact not. Honorable members, the House will recall that on Wednesday, 4th October 2023, when the House was considering matters of urgent public importance, and Honorable R. Skumba, MP, Minister of Tourism, had just concluded responding to a matter of urgent public importance raised by Mr. D. Mungandu, Member of Parliament for Chama South Constituency. Mr. M. Kafwaya, Member of Parliament for Lunte Constituency, raised a point of order against Honorable R. Skumba, MP. In his point of order, Mr. M. Kafwaya, MP, asked whether the Honorable Minister was in order to pit the members of Parliament against their constituents by making them believe that the members had the power to direct how the Constituency Development Fund was applied. He further stated that the Honorable Minister was aware that it was the Ward Development Committees, WDCs, that directed the application of CDF. In my immediate response, in my immediate response, I reserved my ruling to enable me investigate the matter. I have since studied the matter and I will now render my ruling. Honorable members, Mr. M. Kafwaya, MP's point of order was based on a statement by the Honorable Minister encouraging honorable members to sink as many boreholes as they could away from the crocodile-infested rivers using CDF to prevent their communities from going to the rivers and lakes. In investigating this matter, I had recourse to the relevant verbatim record A review of the record revealed that Mr. M. Kafaya MP's point of order was not based on any standing order, rule of procedure, or privilege of the House that had been breached. Honorable members, the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders 2021 are instructive on the procedure to be followed when raising a point of order. In this regard, Standing Order 131.3 provides as follows, and I quote, 3. In raising a point of order, a member shall cite the standing order, law on privilege of members, rule of procedure or practice which has been allegedly breached, end of quote. Honorable members, from the foregoing, it is clear that the point of order breached the procedural requirement I have just referred to. In view of this, the point of order is inadmissible. I thank you. The last ruling, honorable members, is on a point of order raised on Thursday, 5th October 2023, by Mr. M. Chinkuli, Member of Parliament for Kanyama Constituency, against Honorable B. M. Munduvile MP, the then leader of the opposition, for allegedly not aiding presiding officers in the maintenance of discipline and decorum of the House. Honorable members will recall that on Thursday, 5th October 2023, when the House was considering question for oral answer number 74, and Honorable S. Masevo, MP, Minister of Health, was on the floor, Mr. M. Chinkuli, Member of Parliament for Kanyama Constituency, raised a point of order. The point of order was made pursuant to Standing Order 44 of the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders 2021, which relates to the duty of the leader of the opposition to assist the presiding officers maintain discipline in the House. In his point of order, Mr. M. Chinkuli MP inquired whether Honorable B. M. Munduvile MP, the then leader of opposition, was in order to neglect his duty to assist the presiding officers in maintaining discipline and decorum in the House. In her immediate response, the Honorable Madam First Deputy Speaker reserved her ruling to enable her render an informed ruling. Honorable members, in investigating this matter, I had recourse to the relevant verbatim record and video footage of the proceedings of that day. The background of the point of order is that Honorable S. Kakubo, Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, presented a ministerial statement on the state visit to the People's Republic of China by the Republican President, His Excellency Mr. Hakainde Hichilema. While the Honorable Minister was responding to a question for clarification, Mr. M. Kafwaya, Member of Parliament for Lunte Constituency, Mr. M. Kafwaya MP rose without being called upon and referred to the Honorable Minister's response as nonsense. When the Honorable Madam First Deputy Speaker attempted to guide him that he could not use such a word in the House, he engaged in an exchange of words with her and generally misconducted himself. While he was doing this, Honorable B. M. Munduvile MP, the then leader of the opposition, who was a seat away from him, did not make any attempt to calm him down or stop him from misconducting himself. Subsequently, when the House was considering question for oral answer number 74, Mr. M. Chinkuli, MP, Member of Parliament for Kanyama Constituency, raised the point of order, which is the subject of this ruling. Honorable members, Standing Order 132 of the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders 2021 sets out the admissibility criteria for points of order. Standing Order 132.1a in particular provides as follows, and I quote, 132.1a, a point of order may be admissible if it is raised immediately after the alleged breach occurs, end of quote. Further, Standing Order 132.4 provides as follows, and I quote, 132.4, where a member observes a breach of rules long after the breach has occurred, the member may submit a written complaint to the Speaker, end of quote. Honorable members, the import of the foregoing rules of the House is that a point of order must be raised soon after the alleged breach occurs. Where a member fails to do this, then the member may submit a written complaint. In the instant case, the House was considering the ministerial statement presented by the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation when the alleged breach referred to in Mr. M. Chinkuli MP's point of order occurred. The point of order, on the other hand, was raised during the questions for oral answer when the House was considering question number 74, which was considered after questions 72 and 73. Evidently, by the time the point of order was raised, the House had transitioned from ministerial statements to questions for oral answer. Additionally, even during the questions for oral answer segment, 2 questions had been considered before the point of order was raised. From the foregoing, it is apparent that the point of order was not raised immediately after the alleged breach occurred, as required by Standing Order 132(1)A. In view of this, Mr. Chinkuli MP's point of order is inadmissible. I thank you. Honorable members, just one more announcement. I have just received information to the effect that in the absence of Her Honor the Vice President, Honorable Lufuma, Minister of Defense, will act as leader of government business in the House, effective today until further notice. I thank you. Matters of urgent public importance, there are 2 indications. We start with the Honorable Member for Solwezi East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for according me this opportunity to raise on a matter of urgent public importance on behalf of the people of Solwezi East, Mushindamo District. Madam Speaker, in Solwezi East, Mushindamo District, we only have one gazetted market, which is called the Kipushi Border Market. And that is where our local people, farmers, they go to do their trading and also buying their merchandise and so on with the people from the DRC side. Now, what has been happening is that each time the people were in the Royal Highness Chief Chikola's chiefdom and Chief Musaka's chiefdom, the only source of their trading activities is at the border. Now, before getting to the border, there's about 4 kilometers. We have a ZNS checkpoint. And again, as you get closer to Solwezi, about 140 kilometers, we also have another ZNS checkpoint. Now, each time our people want to go and do their trading, just carrying a meda of maize or any other grains, which is restricted by the ZNS, our people are being beaten. And this morning I received a news of one of our people there beaten by the ZNS people and injured. And this has been happening on a daily basis. And so our people are saying, if this is going to go on, they are ready to go to the border and react, because the Congolese have taken predominance in terms of trading on the Zambian side. They are stocking maize, meal, and all those things. But our people are being restricted and being beaten by the ZNS people. So they are ready to riot there and fight and break things there. I'm afraid that life may end up being lost. I raise this matter to the Minister of Defense, Minister of Agriculture, and Minister of Commerce, because we have tried to table this matter that why can't we have the ZNS people patrol the border line so that those who are selling at the designated point should not use other routes to get into DRC, but they should be levied. But the people on our side, on a daily basis, are crying because of this kind of harassment. Madam Speaker, this is an urgent matter. Before you hear that life is lost in that direction, I seek your indulgence, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
In view of the fact that this is more a constituency-based question, I would advise that the honorable member for Lukulu East puts in an urgent question. Oh, Solwezi East puts in an urgent question to the either Minister of Defense or to whatever relevant ministry that will be. The honorable member for Kasenengwa.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to raise a matter of urgent public importance. Madam Speaker, this morning as I was coming for the committee meeting, I received a phone call from my constituency where one member of my constituency called me and said members of the committee in Kasenengwa were up in arms when they heard that farmers will not receive their balance of the fertilizer for 2021 and 2022 season, and they were ganging up to go and harass the DACO. And the gentleman said he had to flee early to go and warn the DACO. At the time when he called me, he was actually with the DACO. I had an opportunity to talk to the DACO, and he told me that yes, those threats are real, and now he's even having difficulties to monitor the activities in the constituency or in the district as the distribution of farming inputs is going on. Madam Speaker, this matter needs some urgent attention before we hear that our agriculture officers have been attacked, either harmed or a life lost. Because right now, as they are sharing these farming inputs, now there are all these squabbles of people receiving inputs in smaller quantities, and people are angry. We need to find a way to get a serious statement from the minister so that we too, me as a member of parliament, I will know what to tell my people in my constituency. This matter, Madam Speaker, is beyond the DACO. And I spoke to my cousin in Petauke. They have a similar problem. So I really need your indulgence, Madam Speaker, so we can educate our people. These matters are beyond the camp officers, they are beyond the DACOs. We need people to know exactly what is happening from the government side of view. I seek your indulgence, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Kasanengwa. Like I guided the Honorable Member for Solwezi East, the matter, of course, is important, needs some attention, but please put in an urgent question, which the Honorable Minister can address. The Honorable Member for Lubanseshi, you indicated late, but since you are the third one, we'll allow you. What's your matter of urgent public importance?
Thank you so much for the opportunity, Madam Speaker. My urgent public importance is directed to the Minister of Agriculture. Madam Speaker, I'm from Lubanseshi constituency, where your people, our people, especially those who have cultivated cassava and they dependent so much on the same cassava as a staple food. The cassava in Lubanseshi constituency, or may I say the whole entire Ruingu district, our farmers are in serious problems, Madam Speaker. And I wish to bring this matter before the Minister of Agriculture to advise the people of Lubanseshi, especially those who are affected, what they can do. Since this is now rain season, if there are cassava seed or branch, if the government have maybe something, maybe in Kawambwa, how best they can access this branch. So I thought I should bring it to his attention, and for this reason, I seek your serious ruling, Madam, serious guidance, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Lubanseshi. I would suggest that you put in a question, and while the question is being processed, you can also engage the Honorable Minister of Agriculture. I see that he is not in the House, but please put in a question. Then the Honorable Minister will be able to attend to that. I know that the issue of cassava was raised sometime, I don't know when, but the issue, it appears it's an ongoing problem. It's not a recent occurrence. So I suggest that you put in a question. Thank you very much. Can we make progress? Question for oral answer under Standing Order 74. The Honorable Member for Kwacha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The people of Kwacha constituents have the pleasure to ask question 140.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and we'd like to thank the Honourable Member of Parliament for Kwacha for asking the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development the following questions. Whether government has any plans to construct a road from Mufunchani Bridge in Kitwe District to Ndola Mufulira Road. B, if so, when the plans will be implemented. C, what is the estimated cost of the project? D, what is the estimated time frame for the completion of the project? And lastly, if there are no such plans, why? Madam Speaker, the ministry will attempt to answer the question as follows. A, government has plans to rehabilitate the road from Mufuchani Bridge to Kitwe District to the Ndola Mufulira Road. B, the plans will be implemented once Treasury secures the required funds. In C, the estimated cost of the project will only be determined once a constructor has been procured. D, the estimated time frame for the completion of the project is 18 months from the commencement of works. And lastly, Madam Speaker, government does have plans as indicated in A above. Madam Speaker, I submit.
Thank you. Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Kwacha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And also let me truly thank the Minister for the response that he has just given on the concerns from the people of Kwacha to open up this important road. This road, Honorable Minister, is a very important link to the Democratic Republic of Congo through Sakanya border post, and will create an easy access route to Mufurila as well as Indora through the newly constructed Simon Mwansa Kapwepwe Airport. Of course, the economic benefit which this road will bring cannot be overemphasized. And it will also decongest the roads that leads to Ndola from Kitwe, as well as the road that leads to Mufurila. And ultimately, this will increase the lifespan for these roads. Now, Honorable Minister, I'm aware that the government is constrained with numerous budget constraints, in which case resources may not easily come to undertake this project. Now, is there any possibility that this government can undertake a PPP model so that this road can become a reality for the people of Kwacha and Kitwe in particular? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Acting Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for that follow-up question. Indeed, Madam Speaker, from the preamble of the Honourable Member of Parliament's follow-up question, he did make mention of the various other aspects that are surrounding that particular area, including our bordering town, is it the border, Sakanya border. And I must make mention, Madam Speaker, that this particular road obviously is one of the projects that
was one of the backlog of projects rather, which was designed obviously by the Road Development Agency as far back as 2017. And with the constricted resource envelope that we have, we will be looking at opportunities of creating PPPs that obviously would enable us, with a very small resource envelope that we have currently as government, we should be looking at opportunities of working on that 50-kilometer stretch, as it were. Madam Speaker, I also want to make mention that as an interim measure, there's 6.8 kilometers of that particular stretch that will be worked on together with the help of the Kitwe City Council. Now, those are purely routine maintenance works that we'll be doing on that particular stretch, hoping that as soon as government gets the requisite funds, we should be able to engage our team through the Road Development Agency to work on the stretch. Madam Speaker, I submit.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Mufrira.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, the stretch of that road from the bridge to Ndola Mufrira Road is about 22 kilometers. And currently it passes through the farm block, so it is categorized as a feeder road. Now, in your response, when you say government have got plans to rehabilitate, is the intention to leave it as a feeder road, a well-maintained gravel road, or to upgrade it to a tarmac? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Acting Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that follow-up question. Well, with the current resource envelope that we have, Madam Speaker, it is only prudent that we keep it as a feeder road, but the desire of our government is to ensure that we upgrade it to bituminous so that it's able to feed into the next border as well as the farming block that we have around. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Lubanseshi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for permitting me to ask a follow-up question. Honorable Minister, the people of Ndola, Mfulira, and Kitwe would love to know if the money will be available under 2023 budget, because you indicated that when the Treasury Authority is permitted, that's when we are going to implement. Now, our people wish to know which year, is it 2023 or 2024? I submit, Madam Speaker.
In terms of the budget, 2023 or 2024? The Honorable Acting Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that follow-up question. Madam Speaker, if the Honorable Member of Parliament is asking about the 2023 budget, no, that road is not appearing in the road sector annual work plan. I submit, Madam Speaker.
He was wondering what about 2024? I think the Honorable Member was talking about 2 years, 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Indeed, Madam Speaker, I did make mention much earlier that most of...
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Isoka, you have withdrawn?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Thank you very much. So we make progress. The clerk will read the order of the day.
Estimates of revenue and expenditure, including capital and constitutional and statutory expenditure, Committee of Supply, resumption of committee work.
The House will now resolve into committee.
order. When business was interrupted on Friday, 10th November 2023, the Committee of Supply on the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 1st January 2024 to 31st December 2024, presented to the National Assembly in September 2023, was considering Head 16, Drug Enforcement Commission, and the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security was presenting the policy statement. May the Honorable Minister continue.
The Speaker might guide me because part of the statement was read, but I don't know whether I can start all over. No.
Was it completed?
It wasn't completed, Madam Chairperson.
I don't know whether you know where I ended.
No, I don't, but if you may, I can start. I should be able to finish within the five minutes.
You can go ahead, Honorable
Thank you
Minister.
very much, Madam Chairperson. Let me thank you for according me the opportunity to present before this August House a policy statement on the 2024 budget estimates for Head 16 Drug Enforcement Commission. The Drug Enforcement Commission is a statutory body established under Article 235B of the Constitution of Zambia, Amendment Act number 2 of 2016. The mandate of the Commission is to prevent and control money laundering activities and illegal cultivation, production, trafficking and abuse of illicit drugs and precursor chemicals. This mandate is drawn from Narcotic Drug and Psychotropic Substances Act number 35 of 2021 and the Prohibition and Prevention of Money Laundering Act number 14 of 2001 as amended by Act number 44 of 2010 of the laws of Zambia. Chairperson, in terms of performance, the Commission has continued to score above the annual set targets in both money laundering and drug-related cases investigated and concluded. As regards drug supply reduction, the Commission has continued to conduct widespread enforcement operations, resulting in significant seizures of various drugs. Cannabis has continued to be the main drug trafficked, followed by heroin. Other drugs seized include cocaine, cat or mira, and methamphetamines, whatever. In recent past, diazepam has been the most trafficked description drug, followed by codeine, among other drugs seized. Under drug demand reduction, the Commission has continued to conduct drug prevention awareness activities in institutions of learning, communities and workplaces. In order to increase coverage, the Commission has strengthened the use of mass and social media platforms. Further, to facilitate community ownership and build capacity for program sustainability, the Commission has also prioritized peer education, family and parenting skills and training. On the other hand, the proportion of new drug abusers has remained high, and the Commission has continued to provide counseling services to drug-dependent persons, of which most are school pupils. Chairperson, drug and substance abuse has continued to be a threat to national security, public health, and socio-economic development of the country. This is evidenced by the increased number of drug-dependent persons, junkies as they are referred to, dotted across the country. To deal with the drug problem issue more effectively, government will construct a rehabilitation and skills development center at the estimated cost of 223,800,000 kwacha only. Chairperson, in respect of financial crime investigation and asset recovery, the Commission has recovered high-value proceeds of crime which have since been plowed back into the mainstream economy for use in critical areas such as education and health. Chairperson, it is important to note that fraud has continued to be the major predicate offense recorded, followed by theft and embezzlement. Other offenses include tax evasion, corruption, drug trafficking, Ponzi, money circulation, schemes, and possession of high-value goods which are incommensurate to known sources of income. Apart from scaling up intelligence and investigations mechanisms, the Commission will continue to collaborate with other law enforcement agencies and competent authorities to enhance money laundering awareness activities. Chairperson, despite the overall success recorded in implementing the programs, the operations of the Commission have continued to be affected by inadequate financial and human resource, infrastructure, transport, and specialized equipment. Other challenges include lack of integrated information management systems, inadequate capacity building to meet the demands of women and the demands of modern law enforcement, and the lack of presence in strategic missions abroad to effectively combat the transnational vices of drug trafficking and money laundering. Chairperson, the Commission's current staff establishment approved in 2013 stands at 1,821. However, to date, the active and funded positions are only 739, leaving a deficit of you subtract 1 and 2, it is they say 1,882, but obviously not. In this regard, the staff's establishment is only operating at 40.6%. Chairperson, improve service delivery in the fiscal year 2024, the Commission will direct its efforts towards strengthening intelligence and investigations mechanisms in drug and psychotropic substances control and anti-money laundering programs. In addition, efforts will be directed to improving operational procedures and processes under the Management and Support Services Program. In this regard, in the 2024 budget, the Commission has been allocated a total of 190,079,399 kwacha only to cater for operations
Honorable
and personal
Minister,
emoluments.
you still have a lot to present?
No, just a small bit, Madam Chairperson.
Okay. ICT, I think the Honorable Minister didn't start at exactly the required minutes. Can we please give him an extra 5 minutes?
Most obliged, Madam Chairperson. Thank you very much, most obliged. In this regard, in the 2024 budget, the Commission has been allocated a total of 190,079,399 kwacha only to cater for operations and personal emoluments. This amount is shared among the 3 core programs as follows. 1. Drug and psychotropic substance control has been allocated a total of 121,191,909 kwacha only. 2. Anti-money laundering has been allocated a total of 15,891,901,000 kwacha only, while the Management and Support Services Programs has been allocated a total of 52,995,589,000 kwacha only. The Drug and Psychotropic Substance Control Program will involve drug demand and supply reduction. Under this program, the Commission intends to scale up drug and substance abuse prevention activities, rehabilitation of drug-dependent persons, detection of narcotic drugs and psychotropical substances, and investigations of cases. The anti-money laundering program will focus on enhancing prevention and investigation mechanisms, conclusion of cases, and increased asset recovery, while The management and support services programs will support the core functions of the Commission. Chairperson, I would like to request this August House to support the 2024 budget for Head 16, Drug Enforcement Commission. Chairperson, I thank you.
Thank you. Any further debate? Mr. Michelo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for giving a time.
Order, Honorable Mr. Michelo. The point of order is on who? Because there was just a policy statement that was delivered. The point of order is on who?
Madam Chairperson, it's on the Acting Minister of Home Affairs. My point of order, sorry, my brother, the Honorable Member for Wengwa, as I rarely stand on point of orders. My point of order is in pursuant to Standing Order 65, verifiable information. When the Honorable Minister was reading his speech, he failed to read, I think, two substances and simply referred to them as whatever. Was the Honorable Minister in order to fail to read what he was supposed to read and simply say whatever? What does whatever mean, Madam Chairperson? I need your serious reading. Thank you.
Honorable Member, I think there are times when we encounter such problems where you cannot pronounce a word in English. But I'm sure the Honorable Minister tried. I don't know whether those two substances you are able to mention them, Honorable Minister.
Madam Chairperson, I'm trying to locate exactly where they are before I can pronounce them. Now this time, I'm sure I should be able to get them correctly. Where the hell is this thing? Diazepam is one of them. Honorable Member, diazepam is one. The other one is which one now? It was only one, isn't it, Honorable? Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Let's make progress, Mr. Michelo.
Thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity given to debate Head 16. Chairperson, it's not a secret. It's an undisputable fact that Zambia is sitting on a time bomb, especially in terms of drugs, especially on our students in different schools, starting from secondary school, colleges, and higher learning institutions. This head is very important. I think it's something, Madam, which we really need to put our heads together so that we introduce a topic, okay, at secondary level, college, and university level, so that we can curb this dangerous issue which we are handling right now. Because if you are to go to secondary schools right now, Madam, a lot of pupils, they have been taking illicit drugs. You go to colleges, universities, it's something which is very dangerous, especially the young ladies. Young girls are the ones who have really abused the illicit drugs. And we may be thinking, especially we parents, that when our children go to school, when our children go to colleges and universities, we think that they are doing a good job, but they have ended up indulging themselves in illicit activities, which is very dangerous. And Madam Speaker, if there was a way, I think it is very important to come up with some breathalyzers to put them to secondary schools, colleges and universities so that we monitor our children properly. Because what is happening even just here at University of Zambia is something which is very dangerous, and if we ignore it, definitely Zambia in the next 20 years is just going to have a people just who are full of we are just going to have a people full of intoxicated drugs, different types of drugs, and people who are going to put this country in extreme danger. Madam Speaker, similarly, when we come also to Parliament, these drugs are not just abused by our young ones, including mothers and fathers. These drugs are being abused, especially to the married men and women. There is a drug which is being abused, which is called the Suko by women. Suko is also very dangerous. It's a drug which is not healthy for our women. And there is a drug called Vuka Vuka also for men. Even that one, it's a drug which is not good also for men. It is very important that we avoid some of these things. Cocaine and marijuana. Marijuana is being abused by our children also a lot, and including the adults, which is very, very bad. Then, Madam Speaker, coming to the people even here at Parliament, because we are parents, Madam, even if we don't debate ourselves, but it's important that one of these days we should also introduce a breathalyzers here at Parliament, so that we test some of the honorable members of Parliament. Sometimes when they come here, they come highly intoxicated, which is very dangerous for the people of Zambia. Madam Speaker, coming to the issue of money laundering is also an important topic, Madam, because a lot of people, especially on the procurement department, this is something which we really need to work extra hard. And if you go to ministries, Madam, departments of procurement, Madam, that's where a lot of illicit activities are happening. And we have to work extra hard, and most of the time, when money is stolen, usually it's the politicians who are being abused that they are the ones who have stolen money. But forgetting that the people from the procurement departments are the ones who are really abusing these funds. I think it's important to put an eye, 24-hour service to the procurement department. Then, Madam Speaker, coming on the issue of rehabilitation center, which the minister has talked about. It's something which is very important, that we must not just build that rehabilitation centers for the children, including for the big people, Madam, especially the people these who just came recently out of government. Because at one point, I remember, Madam, that was in 2017, 2018 there, a lot of money, millions of kwacha, okay, was spent just to buy beer at State House, something which is very, very, very bad for this country. And I don't think that under this regime, UPND government, that a lot of millions, okay, money, taxpayers' money, that it will be abused just to buy beer at State House. Otherwise, Honorable Minister, let me urge you to work extra hard. This topic is very important, and please let's make sure that we don't just concentrate on the people who are already intoxicated, no, who are already in this habit of drug abuse, but let us try to protect our children. It's very important, especially from the age of 12, to 14 years, adolescent age, and from 17 to 18 years. This is the most critical age.
Under head 16 to the ministry, to the Drug Enforcement Commission. Madam Speaker, this is a very, very important agency of government. We have taken note of the allocation to the Drug Enforcement Commission, and the people of Katombola are fully in support, Madam Speaker, Madam Chairperson, of the allocation. We would have wished for more, but for the budgetary allocation restrictions. Madam Chairperson, allow me to address the significance of the department called Drug Enforcement Commission. Madam Chairperson, the people of Katombola are of the view that the Drug Enforcement Commission, as not only a security agency of government, but also an agency which is very, very important in fighting economic graft, in fighting drug trafficking, in fighting money laundering, which is rampant world over as a transnational organized crime. We are proposing, Madam Chairperson, that the institutions that are law enforcement in nature must be amalgamated. As we look at history, Madam Chairperson, you will realize that the Drug Enforcement Commission was constituted in 1980 by then the President of the Republic of Zambia, Dr. Kenneth David Kaunda, and constituted an institution called CITET, which was a special investigation team for fighting economic crimes. This institution, Madam Chairperson, has been doing duplicated work, most often than not, with the Anti-Corruption Commission, Zambia Police, and these other institutions. So we, from the perspective of us, the people of Katombola, we feel that these institutions must be realigned and the law must be strengthened in fighting drug trafficking. The problem of drug trafficking has been very rampant, not only in Zambia, but as a transnational organized crime. There is need to end the problem of drug trafficking, because drug trafficking does not only affect the economy of the Republic of Zambia, but is a general problem nationwide. Right now, as we are speaking, Madam Chairperson, there are two acts that are regulating the Drug Enforcement Commission, which is the Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic Substances Act, Chapter 96 of the Laws of Zambia, and the Prohibition and Prevention of Money Laundering Act of 2001. Now, from the provision of the two legislation, Madam Chairperson, there has been a situation whereby the Drug Enforcement Commission is fighting the issues of drugs, and the other agency, which is the Anti-Money Laundering Investigation Unit, is fighting the issue to do with the money laundering. There is need, Madam Chairperson, to ensure that the Anti-Money Laundering Investigation Unit be amalgamated together with the Anti-Corruption Commission and Crime One, dealing with fraud at police headquarters, to avoid duplicity of works that are done. I want to underscore, Madam Chairperson, the fact that Zambia must not allow itself to remain behind on matters of fighting economic crime. As we speak, a lot of our assets, Madam Chairperson, have been externalized for a simple reason that the systems have been very porous. May I be protected from the... Madam Chairperson, I was saying, the increase or the rampant manner in which...
Honorable members, let's lower our voices so that we do not disturb the person debating. We can talk, but in very low voices. Mr. Ndeleki, you may continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. I was talking of graft, the level of routing of national resources witnessed in this republic. Madam Chairperson, I was trying to say that we need to ensure that the Drug Enforcement Commission be realigned and be given a sufficient capacity in order to fight both the problem of drug trafficking, which is rampant world over and in Zambia, and the issue relating to money laundering. Money laundering is an act of acquiring illicitly acquired funds and plowing it back into the economy. This is mostly done through corrupt activities. It's done through drug trafficking. It's done through robberies or whatever it is, just using illicitly acquired funds. We feel that Zambia must realign itself to the international standards to ensure that we take up the initiatives at international level, like the STAR initiative, Stolen Assets Recovery Initiative. Zambia must take up that role to ensure that all assets that have been externalized, as we speak now, most of the assets we just recovered, Madam Chairperson, 2 helicopters that were taken outside the jurisdiction of this country by the previous government. We would like the Drug Enforcement Commission to be strengthened to ensure that the public resources are highly protected from being routed. Zambia is a member of the Eastern and Southern Africa and Money Laundering Group. We must put ourselves in a position of international competition to ensure that laundered funds do not enter the economy of Zambia. Madam Chairperson, we know that the problem of money laundering is what is becoming a fuel for terrorism, and we are happy that the government of Zambia has moved into a direction of creating an institution which is the Center Against Terrorism. Madam Chairperson, the problems that money laundering does to the economy are very serious. It damages the economy. As we are speaking now, we see that there is a lot of distortions in the economy, mostly attributed to the problem of money laundering. From the perspective of Katombora constituency, we feel that the law must be strengthened also, so that we don't have a situation where somebody steals 2.1 billion and buries it and is only given 5 years suspended, which is a very serious mockery, Madam Speaker, considering the high value amounts that are involved. We have over $10 million that were stolen by the former, these are in the judgments of the Supreme Court, the case of Katere Karumba and others, where the accused persons were just sentenced to 5 years in terms of money laundering. It becomes a mockery. We propose from the perspective of Katombora constituency that routing public funds in form of money laundering or anything else must be made a very severe and serious punishment, must be attributed not less than 25 years, Madam Speaker, because these people who root public resources deprive the ordinary people of Zambia the access to the resources that they desire to develop the places where they live. Like in Katombora constituency, our people have had no development. At the time we are taking over office, no hospital, no mortuary, no nothing. Under the guise of these people seated on your left, or not seated on the left, the people who are in government previously. No mortuary, Madam Speaker, 5 chiefdoms, no road network, no telephone network, no nothing, because of looting of public resources. We propose from Katombora constituency, Madam Chairperson, that Drug Enforcement Commission be recapitalized, be given the necessary impetus and strength to fight graft. I thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Nyambose.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson, for giving the special people of Chasefu to add their voice on this motion on the Department of Drug Enforcement Commission. From the outset, I want to state that I support the budget, the increment that has been proposed from 2023, 189 million, to 2024, which has increased it to 190 million, about 100 million increment there, Madam Chairperson. I will first go to the mandate of Drug Enforcement Commission. One of the mandates of the Commission is where I will focus, Madam Chairperson, and I want to indicate that one of the mandates is Prohibition and Prevention of Money Laundering Act number 14 of 2021, as amended by Act number 44 of 2010 of the laws of Zambia. Just as it has been emphasized by the previous speakers and Honorable Member for Katombora, I will not go to the definition of money laundering. Madam Chairperson, I want to indicate that it's quite sad that Zambia is one of the countries where people who steal from the public are celebrated. People who steal from the poor are celebrated, and we clap for them. Some of them have found themselves into leadership without morals, just because they've acquired money in an illicit manner. One of the mandates of the Drug Enforcement Commission, why they are employed and why they are there, is to ensure that they prevent and protect the resources for the country. But many times, they forget their mandate. And I want to appeal to DEC, from the highest officer to the lowest, or from the lowest to the highest officer. Every time they report for work, they should know why they are there. Madam Chairperson, again, it is in this country where people don't know why they go for work. When they get employed, they think it's a favor. But this country expects a lot from them. The issues of money laundering and illicit financial flows are very critical. Some of the people, without working for money and from nowhere, as long as they go into political positions, they become very rich. And we see them and we celebrate them. Is this the society that we need in this country? The answer is no. But why? Because DEC is not doing their job. Many times the President of the Republic of Zambia has come here, and wherever he has spoken, he has said, please deal with this, zero corruption, deal with this. He's speaking to the officers who are just privileged, employed to carry the mandate of DEC, but they're not doing their job. They concentrate on that person who is found with a bowl of weed in Chasefu. They leave us here, and those who have gone, those who are still and they want to come back, who have acquired money illicitly. We were walking with them in the streets. From nowhere they are rich. You forget them. And this is the money taken from this country for the purpose of development. DEC is not doing its job. Not only DEC, so many of them, Madam Chairperson. People should know when they report for work. Many times they ask, what has this institution done for me? That's the question. Instead of themselves asking, what have I done for DEC from 8 hours to 17 hours, daily, monthly, annually? To protect the resources, money laundering and illicit financial flows, what are we doing as DEC? Just as we increase this budget, I'll be the first one next year, if God gives me life, to shoot the budget if they don't improve in the areas of illicit financial flows and money laundering. Yes, you are doing very well. You go and raid Chibolia every day. But what are you doing to arrest those who launder resources from public coffers? The big thieves. What are we doing? We should focus our energies and efforts. We want to hear. You don't need to be detailed to be told by the president, you are not doing very much. When the president speaks like that, he is frustrated. We are not supporting him. You should be ahead because you have the mandate that makes you report for work from 7 hours to 17 hours. From 8 hours, 17 hours. Especially politically connected people. Some of them, shortly, we were walking in the streets with them. Now they have gone to the extent they have nowhere to take the money. They even now start putting elephants in their small yards. We are watching. Where did you get the money? Someone who steals the fertilizer, is smoking, is going who takes weed, you go and arrest that person. I've just come from the constituency, Madam Chairperson, and I want to talk to you today, Madam Chairperson, today. In Chasefu, or these rural constituencies, officers under DEC are abusing and harassing innocent people. As I'm speaking to you, in Rundazi police station, a person was arrested without evidence. They go in their houses, in their homes. In a village, Madam Chairperson, we live in clusters. 5 houses. When you differ with someone, they will even tell you, I will plant weed in your house. Then they go to DEC. They will go to DEC, and DEC will come to follow those agents. Madam Chairperson, people without evidence, they take you outside in the night, they search your home, they don't find anything, no drug. They will take you to the backyard. The backyard which is used by everyone to say, let's see here, in the night, and you arrest that innocent person.
Honorable member, there is an indication for a point of order. Mr. Sampa, what is your point of order?
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I rarely rise on a point of order, but I'm standing pursuant to Standing Order 65, that anyone debating in this House should be factual. Is my brother, the Honorable Member, the MP for Chasefu, Honorable Nyambose, in order to be saying the people of Chasefu smoke weed? Is it factual that human beings can smoke weed, Madam Chairperson? I seek your serious guidance, Madam Chairperson.
The honorable member for Chasefu, Mr. Nyambosi is telling us what is happening in his constituency. We don't know what is happening in his constituency. I don't know whether it's the word weed which has to be explained. Mr. Nyambosi, as you are debating, please try to maybe explain what the word weed is so that it becomes clearer to whoever is listening. So please, with that guide, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I am Tumboka. You don't argue with presidents. So I can't belittle my president. And I'm sure he knows what I'm talking about. I'm talking about marijuana, Madam Chairperson. People stopped smoking marijuana in Chasefu. But now, what is happening? These officers are planting, using their agents, are planting marijuana in their backyards. When they are sleeping, they are being harassed. Right now, as I'm speaking, I'm from my constituency. I asked DEC, come to Chasefu, please. We talk to the people, we stop harassment of innocent Chasefu people by these drug enforcement officers. As I support this budget, I want you to focus on money laundering by, the president has said, corruption is corruption. And I want to hear big people from nowhere, we were working with them, we are living with them. They have acquired money that they cannot explain. Money laundering, that's where the focus is. I want to see convictions arising from DEC. I support the budget, Madam Chairperson. Thank you.
Mr. Mpundu.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'll only talk about two things. First of all, Madam Chairperson, is to do with confidentiality of the documents that these security agencies uses in their quest to do their duties. Most of the time, stationery at your stations, it is not available, rendering the officers to be giving out documents which are security documents to internet cafes, and then they are photocopying those documents. You use certain documents like DEC Form 1, which is for the statement, DEC Form 7, which you use for your investigations. Those documents are security documents, but you find that you take it to an internet cafe. A client comes, you ask him to collect from there. As we approve this budget, such trends should come to a stop, because that's why we are approving this budget. Give stationery to the officers, both in urban and even in rural areas. Docket of cases covers, they are no longer there. That's why at times you even lose your evidence. In other ways, there is no confidentiality to do with documents. This, after all, it is even extended to the police. ZP Form 32, it is all over in internet cafes. And other documents that are security in nature. By law, those documents are classified as the classified documents. What is letting those documents out there? It is because officers are not having enough stationery. The other issue is to do with your core mandate. That is to do with the prevention of drug abuse. Your core mandate should not be shifted more to the new mandate, which is a white-collar crime, which my colleague was, rather the honorable member was talking about money laundering. You are there as DEC to build society that is worth having. Now, if you leave the young ones, concentrate too much on money laundering, yes, it is important. But our focus is to build a society that is drug abuse free. So your focus should be going to schools. We need to see more sensitization of our young people to do with drug abuse. These junkies we are seeing in the compound, they are emanating from drug abuses. let us see more sensitization, especially to the youth, because that is how you are going to be part and parcel of building a society to reckon with. Real citizenry won't be there if we leave drug abuses all over in our society. So, we urge you, as we approve this budget, just like the other honorable was talking about school children aging from 10 to 15, have keen interest, such that it is at that age, from a psychological perspective, where young people get spoiled. Have keen interest. Talk to them. Go to schools. We want to see you going through a compound, sensitizing people to say, at this time we'll be at this school. We are calling you youth to come and have a drama about drug abuse. Those things, they are not happening frequently. So, as we approve this budget, we want you to focus more on your core mandate. Otherwise, we will end up having a society that is not worthy. Emanating from you, these junkies, even the word which has come to say junkies, it is emanating from the same drugs. So to remove that name of junkies, can you do your mandate accordingly? Don't switch too much to these white-collar crimes. Yes, do it. But our interest is to make sure that we have a society which is drug-free, especially to young ones. At the same time, when you are doing your investigation, you also use the community. Those community that you use as informers and whatever, please, we need you to train them. Not to be victimizing people like the way my colleague was saying, to say, Iwe, I'll report you because you haven't done this. Educate them so that you move in tandem with them as you do your duties. And also provide something like bicycles for their mobility as they move. So, with those two things, one, confidentiality of your document, your security document. Work on that as we approve this budget. Secondly, your core mandate of making sure that we have a society that is drug abuse free. You need to work on that. With those two items, I support the budget. As the people of Chembe, we really need this change, as I've alluded to. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson.
Mr. Chibuye.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairperson, for allowing, or rather according the opportunity to the people of Ron constituency to add a voice on this very, very important head. Madam Chairperson, from the onset, I want to say that I am supporting this budget because I want DEC to fulfill their mandate, which is as of Act number 35 of 2021, and that is to prevent, control illegal cultivation, production, trafficking, and indeed the abuse of narcotic drugs and on money laundering activities as well. Madam Chairperson, I want to support this head or this budget because I want DEC to fulfill their mandate of strengthening intelligence and investigative mechanisms. I also want to support this budget, Madam Chairperson, because I want DEC to increase on their asset recovery. However, Madam Chairperson, when it comes to the breakdown of the allocations of their programs in terms of resources, I am not comfortable, Madam Chairperson, in the sense that 101.4 million kwacha, representing 53.3%, has been allocated to personal emoluments, while 71.6 million, which is 37.7%, has been allocated to goods and assets, and 17.1 million kwacha, Madam Chairperson, which is a portly 9%, has been allocated to acquisition of assets. Why am I saying I'm not comfortable, Madam Chairperson? Is that today we have seen an increase in drug trafficking, we have seen an increase in drug abuse, we have also seen an increase in abuse of office. This 17.1 million kwacha, or rather 9%, is too small an amount to this program, and I would urge the minister to consider allocating more money to this. This is where it begins, and this is where it will end in terms of stopping drug abuse and, of course, acquisition of illegal assets. I'm also not comfortable, Madam Chairperson, when I look at the drug and psychotropic substance investigations. Only 2 million, Madam Chairperson, 133, 190 has been allocated. This is too little an amount. This is the time that this program needs enough money for them to go to far-flung areas in this country. We are seeing drugs not being cultivated in the urban areas. Drugs, Madam Chairperson, are coming from far-flung areas where people are cultivating a huge hectareages of drugs and then transporting them into the urban areas. You can imagine where drugs are moving, Madam Chairperson, from Chasefu, Lumezi, laden in a truck and passing all these points, only to be intercepted in Lusaka, meaning that we are not doing too much on investigations and, of course, other mechanisms to ensure that we catch up on the corridors that they are using. Madam Chairperson, again I'm saying this money is too small. We need the officers under this head to be mobile. We don't need them to be going to Chawama or Kanyama or Ron constituents only to pursue people who are simply doing it at a small rate. This is very, very rampant in rural areas, and they are simply transferring it here to the markets in the urban areas. I am therefore suggesting that the amount allocated to the program on the drug and psychotropic substance investigation be increased, the Honorable Minister. I'm also at sea, Madam Chairperson, when it comes to money laundering. 14 million has been allocated to this program. We are not going to win this war. Money laundering is becoming sophisticated, including digital laundering now. Just yesterday, Madam Chairperson, there was a boom or screaming headline on news. Some companies keeping $250,000, $250,000 in the home, 2.5 million kwacha cash in the home, when we have banks which are supposed to keep that money. We are saying there is no money in the circulation. People are keeping these huge amounts of money in their premises. We need to do more to investigate and ensure that people, businessmen, abide by the laws of this land. Madam Chairperson, it is also again imperative and important that we go a little bit backwards to see how people behaved. How come, if you go today to Levi Mwanawasa Stadium, I'm sure Minister of Sports on Friday were having a match there. If you go to that stadium when there is a football match, it is a sorry sight. Parking space is not there. The reason is that the design had no parking space. People had designed that they were going to do a parking space. But because leaders were selfish, they allocated plots to themselves where the parking space was supposed to be. Today we are facing a challenge of where to park a vehicle. Today we are watching football at Levi Mwanawasa, including some plots way backwards. Leaders were displacing people simply because they were in office. That is us. So I am therefore asking the Minister of Finance to consider putting some more money on the program that has to do with drug psychotropic substance investigations. Once we do that, we will be arming the officers to go out there. Yes, we need them to be properly enumerated, but 101 million for emoluments, personal emoluments, I feel is too much. We need to equate and get results from these officers. Madam Chairperson, I would like to thank you for allowing me to add my voice on this very important head. I thank you.
Okay, we'll try to take one more. Mr. Chinkuri.
Madam Chairperson, thank you for giving Kanyama people this opportunity to add a weight to something that really bothers them. Madam Chairperson, this institution, DEC, has a huge task ahead of it, looking at the mandate that has been conferred on it. However, this institution cannot operate alone. It requires certain institutions that are into security issues to come on board and supplement the efforts that the DEC is doing. Madam Chairperson, I would want to look at institutions such as ZRI and immigration. I believe ZRI is mandated to look at certain institutions, acts, administer them, so because they are based at the front line. Now, the question that I would want to pose myself, and I don't need any answer from anyone, is the fact that this institution, ZRI, which looks at all importations, the question is, has it got the expertise to detect these drugs that come in different forms? These drugs are capable of being imported into the country through various means. Others go to the extent of swallowing them, others, shove them into the tires and the like. So now the question is, are we able, with the staff that we have, to take these drugs? This brings to my request to the Minister that this institution needs to be funded heavily so that it can be integrated with ZRI's operations and trained staff, acquire gadgets that will be able to detect these drugs, and we need to have sniffer dogs, and I think those are the fastest detectors of these drugs. So without those gadgets, without trained staff, I think whatever we'll be talking about will just be academics. Madam Chair, looking at those drugs that have already come in the country, I'm happy that we are intending to identify and possibly destabilize these drug suppliers that are in the country. These people have actually brought misery into people of Kanyama. We're talking about junks, and I've been labeled as, the father of the junks. They are my children and whatever they are doing. But the bottom line is, these people have really caused misery into our children. You may wish to take note that these drugs, once they are consumed, they have got an array of effects, ranging from withdrawal, depression, and some extent, short-term memories. And when they are in that mode, after they have pushed their drugs, Madam Chairperson, they can do anything without realizing that what they are doing is bad. And as a result, who suffers is the community, the people around. Those people who bypass, like in Chiboria there, you come to Soweto Market, once they are in that mode where they have lost everything in terms of memory, they can attack anyone, and at the end of the day, you start, calling people as, people's children as junkies. This brings me to the issue of DEC. I'm aware they do carry out some sensitization programs with the communities, but this issue of just moving with a track around, singing, boys are singing, I think we just need to change the narrative. We need to face reality. We need to sit down with the community, sit down with the police, sit down with whoever is involved, so that we can talk about these issues, see how best the community, DEC, the police, we are able together to fight this cage. Otherwise, if we are going to fight it in the manner that we are handling it, that now I think it's just some waste of time. Madam Chairperson, would want to see the police presence in all these townships, more especially in Kanyama. Garden there, where there's now absence of police post, Makeni Villa, we need people who want to see the presence of the police, who need to see the presence of DEC. They need to see all those agencies that will try and bring sanity to the community. And without wasting much of your time, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, we are looking at having people that will feel, who have a feeling of love, a feeling of devotion, and some sense of attachment to the country. Because these drugs are done in cartels, in syndicates. So it's only people who have got those tenets who will be able to say no to this, who will be able to report whoever is trying to sell drugs to the relevant authorities. And those that protect those people, will be able to think twice. This which I want to do, will I be able, what will it do to my country? So patriotism will play a major role into this. Madam Speaker, with this few words, I will submit. Thank you.
The Acting Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security wind up debate.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson, for this opportunity just to wind up. May I take this opportunity in the first instance to thank all my colleagues, the members of Parliament from both the right and the left for having thoroughly debated this topic. I think it's a topic of interest. It is one of the most important agencies that is responsible to ensure that the resources of the Government Republic of Zambia are used in order to progress and grow the economy and welfare of the peoples of this country. Yes, the mandate of the DEC, the Commission, is well defined, and that is prevention and control of money laundering activities, illegal cultivation, production, trafficking, and abuse of illicit drugs and precursor chemicals. My colleague there from Chamber was basically insisting and laying emphasis on one of the mandate only, that is basically the sensitization campaign. Yes, it is one of them, and I think it's clearly defined as one of the major activities that the Commission carries out with the young, the youth in schools, etc., etc. And it's a very important activity, and we'll try by all means to improve upon the execution of that activity, because indeed, unless we sensitize and ensure that our younglings are not engaging in drug trafficking and drug abuse, this country will be in Maningi trouble. And so we take note of that one. However, the other is the other leg is on laundering. It's clearly stated here, prevention and control of money laundering. I think that again was emphasized by one of the debaters there. It's very, very important. These resources which are being abused, okay, through corruption and illicit acquisition of resources, basically they deduct from the potential and possibilities of this country to move forward. It's very, very important that the Commission does its work to the maximum. Now, very important, I think, its work to the Commission alone. The citizenry have a responsibility. In most cases, most of us have a lot of information about certain assets that have been illicitly acquired. But in Zambia, we keep quiet. We just whisper, you know what? That property there is for so-and-so. That one is for so-and-so. Come out. Be able, the DEC is a friendly institution. Go and report. Work together with DEC. Then we shall be able to recover those assets for the benefit of this country. I know of a country, neighboring country, around us. They have actually been able to seize a lot of assets, And that has only been possible because of citizenry participation. Citizens collaborate with institutions such as DEC, and this is what I would like to encourage each and every citizen that is patriotic enough to exactly collaborate with DEC. But that does not only end with citizens. I would like to encourage members of parliament in here to do the same. On this note, Madam Chairperson, I would like to thank you and thank everybody for having debated and supported this head. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Head 16, Drug Enforcement Commission, head total 190,079,400 kwacha. Any debate? Any objection? The question is that Drug Enforcement Commission head total 190,079,400 kwacha stands part of the estimates. Mr. Banda.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on page 176, Table 3, Program 4174, Sub-Program 001 and 002. On 001, the budget for money laundering prevention, Madam Speaker, it's 1 million kwacha. And on investigations, it's 14 million kwacha. Madam Speaker, if you look at 2022 investigations, it was 14 million kwacha. I want to believe that proper investigations were done, and obviously more people were arrested. And 2023 again, Madam Speaker, why should we continue funding investigations rather than prevention? Because what we try to do is stop people from committing offenses rather than looking for the money that we may not even receive now. Another one, Madam Speaker, page 174, Table 1, number 31, assets.
Mr. Banda, the minister is complaining to say that you are
too quick.
fast.
Okay,
Yeah.
fine then.
Please just.
Can I start again?
Did you get the first question?
You didn't get the first one. Okay, fine. Then let's start with the first one. Page 176, head 4174. That's anti-money laundering. Sub-program 001 and 002. On 001, it's money laundering prevention. The budget for this year is 1,043,000. And on money laundering investigations, in 2022, it was 14 million. In 2023, it was 11 million. And in 2024, it's 14 million. My concern, therefore, Minister, is why should we put so much money into investigations and not put enough money into prevention? Because I believe in 2022, with 14 million, you must have done proper investigations. Even last year, with 12 million, you did proper investigations. Are we going to just be investigating instead of preventing? Because what we need to do is to prevent rather than investigate. Okay. Is that okay? So can I move on to the second one?
You can move on.
Okay, the second one is on page 174. Table 1, number 31. That's on assets. 2023, the assets procured was 21 million. And 2024, we still have 17 million. Madam Speaker, in Chimwemo, we have issues when we call upon the DEC, they fail to come because they're understaffed. So why should we continue spending so much on assets rather than using some of this money to staff up DEC? Thank you.
The Acting Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Maybe I'll start with the last one. It's not a matter of using so much money for assets rather than the other. I think these things are complementary. You require necessary assets in order to do the investigations. You require certain assets in order to do the prevention as well. And so it is important that these items are adequately balanced. Yes, so these have to be balanced. It's a delicate balancing situation, equation, where the assets go into investigations, the assets also go into sensitization. Yes, you find at times there's more into assets because by nature the assets are more expensive than doing the investigations, but they reinforce, they are intricately intertwined and reinforce each other. So that's the answer I could give for that one. The other item is, Madam Chairperson, on
Page 176.
1002, that's program 1002, money laundering and investigations, which is 11 million in 2023 and is now 14 million in 2024. Why the emphasis on prevention rather than investigation? I think that was more or less the question. Or is it the other way around? Okay. Emphasis on investigation rather than prevention. I don't think we have emphasis on investigation and at the expense of prevention. The situation is such that we spend a bit more money, slightly a bit more money on investigations as compared to prevention. But prevention is getting the necessary input that it deserves. And so it is also as far as we're concerned, it's a balanced equation. We cannot, we have to put the money in as it has been put because we require a bit more money in investigations as compared to prevention. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I put the question. The question is that Head 16, Drug Enforcement Commission, Head total 190 million, 79,400 kwacha stands part of the estimates. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Head 16, Drug Enforcement Commission, head total 190 million, 79,400 kwacha is ordered to stand part of the estimates. We now move to head 12, Office of the Public Protector. Head 12, Office of the Public Protector, General Policy Debate, the Acting Leader of Government Business Policy Statement.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. I wish to thank you most sincerely for granting me the opportunity to present a policy statement in support of the estimates of expenditure for 2024 budget. Under Head 12, the Office of Public Protector. My statement today will be delivered in three parts. I will first highlight on the mandate of the Office of the Public Protector. Then I'll provide an analysis of the 2023 budget performance. Thereafter, I will end with the highlights of the 2024 budget estimate of expenditure. The mandate of the Office of the Public Protector. Chairperson, the Office of the Public Protector is established by Article 243 of the Constitution of Zambia Amendment Act number 2 of 2016 and operationalized by the Public Protector Act number 15 of 2016. The office draws its mandate from Article 244 of the Constitution, which is to 1. Investigate an action or decision taken or omitted to be taken by a state institution in the performance of an administrative function. 2. Bring an action before court. 3. Hear an appeal by a person relating to an action or decision taken or omitted to be taken in respect of that person. And 4. Make a decision on an action to be taken against a public officer or constitutional office holder, which decision shall be implemented by an appropriate authority. Review of the 2023 budget performance. Chairperson, in the year 2023, the office was allocated a total budget of 29,860,739 kwacha only for both personal emoluments, PEs, and recurring departmental charges, RDCs. The allocation enabled the office to achieve the following. A. Maladministration redress services. 1. Investigated 551 general maladministration cases, out of which 262 were concluded. 2. A total number of 142 cases were closed. 3. Initiated 12 investigation cases, out of which 5 were concluded. 4. Out of the 12 cases which were concluded and reported, and reports were drafted and shared with stakeholders. I will repeat that. 4. Out of the 12 cases concluded and reports were drafted and shared with the stakeholders. 5. Investigated 8 systematic cases of maladministration involving state institutions and are currently pending redress. 6. A total of 9 inspections under specialized sector-based investigations were undertaken. And 7. Carried out 19 awareness campaigns in provinces. Under B, management and support services. 1. Purchased basic furniture and working tools for offices in the new six provincial offices. 2. Developed the 2022 to 2026 institutional strategic plan, which will guide institutions' programming of activities for the strategic period between the year 2022 and 2026. 3. Carried induction meetings for new members of staff to familiarize them with the operations of the Office of the Public Protector and the public service. Coming to the 2024 budget estimates and expenditure, Chairperson, in the year 2024, the Office of the Public Protector has been allocated a total budget of 39,797,473 kwacha only. The budget allocation represents 33% increase in comparison to the 2023 approved budget. The functions of the Office of the Public Protector will continue to be performed under 2 key programs, namely maladministration redress services and management and support services. Under A, maladministration redress services, the maladministration redress services comprise 3 distinct sub-programs which play a critical role in enhancing the performance of the public service, namely 1. Maladministration investigations, 2. Maladministration awareness, and 3. Maladministration legal advisory. Under B, that is management and support services. Management and support services comprise 6 sub-programs that are undertaken in order to enhance the effective management of staff, provision of logistical and material support services in order to facilitate the smooth operations of the institution. The sub-programs are as follows. 1. Executive office management. 2. Human resource management and administration. 3. Financial management, accounting. 4. Financial management, auditing. 5. Procurement management. And 6. Planning, policy coordination, and information management. Chairperson, through this budget and in line with the government's decentralization drive enshrined in the 8th National Development Plan, strategy number 3, which is to strengthen transparency and accountability mechanisms, the Office of the Public Protector managed to decentralize its operations in a phased manner to 6 provincial centers, namely Copperbelt, 2 Eastern, 3 Luapula, 4 Southern, 5 Northwestern Province, and finally Western Province. In the year 2024, the Office of the Public Protector plans to progressively decentralize its operations to the 3 remaining provinces, namely Central, Muchinga, and Northern Provinces. The decentralization to provinces will enable people away from Lusaka to access services of the Office of the Public Protector. Furthermore, the office shall establish a call center with toll-free lines to enable the vulnerable to also access the services of the Public Protector. The office shall improve information and communication technology, ICT, infrastructure to enable hosting of the electronic case management system and networking with provincial offices. It is envisaged that the case resolution rate will improve. Chairperson, the budget estimate before this House will enable the Office of the Public Protector to operate effectively as well as address personal emoluments and other outstanding bills. In this regard, I wish to appeal to the honorable members to support the estimate of expenditure for the Office of the Public Protector as presented. I submit and thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you. Any further debate, Mr. Kalobo?
Including on how they should interact with the people of Zambia. Public judicial mechanism, which is meant to deal with administrative actions or decisions that are taken or omitted to be taken by public officers. Madam Speaker, this Office of the Public Protector was born from the 2016 Constitution Amendment number 2. Madam Speaker, we have concerns, but from our outset, even if we have concerns, Madam Speaker, we are supporting this budget of the Public Protector. This Public Protector is one of the milestones of the 2016 Constitution. Question, yes, I'll prove to you. The predecessor office was the Investigator General, who had no powers to initiate its own cases. The Public Protector, in the cases they investigate, they can initiate their own cases. Then, the previous government who came up with this, in their thinking, especially the 6th President, Edgar Chagorungu, in coming up with this kind of legislation, he was telling the nation that he was an open book who could be investigated whilst he was serving. Secondly, he was also telling the nation that his public officers under his administration also could be investigated. That is how he came up with this kind of. So it's one of the milestones of the 2016 Constitution. Madam Speaker, in the previous budget, the proposals that were made was, number one, was to fund educational programs, 10 educational programs, 15 community awareness programs, then also to decentralize this office to 6 provinces, namely Northern, Eastern, Southern, Luapula, and Western Province. In the policy statement just given now, we have not heard the minister telling us that they've decentralized. Even where I'm coming from, I've done an investigation. They have not decentralized. Copper Belt, there is nothing. But in the budget for 2023, it was there. I've asked in the Northern Province, this office does not exist. So where did the funding go? And just now I've heard him talk about 3 provinces, Central Mchinga and the other one. What is happening? Then in terms of educational programs, there were 10. We have 10 provinces. At least I could have heard of 1 educational program. We had nothing. But he has submitted that they carried out 19 awareness programs. The budget for awareness programs in the 2023 budget, they were 15. Where did the money come from? To carry out 19 awareness programs, which we have never heard of anywhere in the constituency. He has also told us that they investigated 8 cases from the state institutions. In the previous budget, in terms of what you wanted to investigate, you submitted that reported cases you aimed at investigating at 100%. On initiated cases, you aimed at investigating at 40%. In your policy statements just now, you have indicated that you aim at investigating 10. Why have you reduced when the budget has increased from 29 billion to 39 billion? Why have you reduced? Only initiated cases, you intend to investigate them at 10%. Yes, 39. 39 million, correction. So budget has increased by 10 million, but you are reducing on the programs. Why is it so? So we need those answers. Then, Madam Chairperson, this office, the major problem or major setback of this office is publicity. It is not highly publicized, but then we are appropriating funds for community awareness programs which are not happening. Me, where I come from, I've never heard of them. So these 19 awareness programs that you undertook, where did they happen? Because where I come from, there is nothing. Then, Minister, you should prioritize decentralizing this office. Why? Because maladministration, which this office is mandated to investigate, to work on, can be detected properly in smaller units. Even the Constitution, that is what it says, that this office shall be decentralized to provinces and progressively to districts. We are not seeing that progression of decentralization. We want to see it so that it becomes easier to detect maladministration. Maladministration detection is very important. For example, now we have this issue of the Registrar of Society, who has been surrendered. I don't know the new word surrendered, what it means, if it is a new word to fire. If it is found that the officers who surrendered this registrar did not follow the law, issues of malafidus and procedural impropriety will arise, Madam Speaker. So what you are saying is that, Minister, can you prioritize also awareness programs? The people of Zambia, they don't know this office. They need to know this office so that they could be reporting. So we need those comments. Madam Speaker, with these few remarks, I support this budget and urge the Minister to prioritize awareness programs, to prioritize decentralization of this office so that it is effective in terms of its operations. I thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you. I don't know whether there was a point of order or we leave the matter to be maybe addressed by the Minister. Is it a point of order? You can proceed.
Madam Chairperson, we the people of Katombola constituency rarely raise on point of orders, but we've been compelled in the circumstances because of the debate of the honorable member that has just been speaking. Is it in order, Madam Speaker, in view of the provisions that are very clear in our standing orders, in standing order number 65, for him to start talking of the registrar of societies, who is a civil servant, without laying evidence that he has been transferred or has been fired? Is it in order to place on record of this August House matters of civil servants who have been transferred or who have not even been transferred, because there's no evidence he has laid on the floor? Is it in order, Madam Speaker, to mislead the nation in that manner? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much. I think the only mistake that was made is to involve somebody who can't come to this house and defend himself. Because as far as we are concerned, there's just that one individual by that title. So please, honorable members, as we are debating, let's try as much as possible to avoid bringing in people that cannot come to this house and defend themselves. Craft your debate in another way, so that we do not involve those members who cannot come to this house. We make progress. Mr. Lubosha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Who is the public protector? The public protector is an official who is charged with the responsibility of representing the interest of the public by investigating and addressing the complaints of maladministration and violation of human rights. Surely, this officer is very, very important. He is appointed by the Republican President on recommendation of the Judicial Service Commission, later ratified by Parliament, and he has critical mandate to carry in our country, as already alluded to in the policy statement by the leader of government business. Madam Chairperson, there are eminent functions that this office is supposed to undertake. For this office to undertake these functions, it is important that, firstly, the officer in this office has a full responsibility to ensure that for him to fulfill the mandate, he must act in accordance with the values and principles that are contained and set out in our Constitution, such as independence. He is required to be independent for him to act fairly. He must be a man and woman of integrity in the process, and he should inculcate a spirit of impartiality. And of course, he must also encompass professionalism and transparency for him to carry out these duties. There are a number of challenges our people are facing that are supposed to be addressed by this office. Number one is unfair treatment when you go in most of these public offices that have become rampant, as the case was particularly in the last administration. We saw recruitments that were mainly centered on the cadres when sometimes this office also existed. We had people being recruited because they belonged either to a certain political class or maybe they belonged to a certain sect. So these are cases that are supposed to be undertaken by this office. Secondly, we also have segregations that are currently happening within our country in public offices. We have seen certain recruitments which are based sometimes on sex. Sometimes when you go to urban areas, you are going to find that maybe most of the head teachers are female at the expense of men. The office is supposed to undertake to see that there is fairness in the distribution of our resources, our human resource.
Order, Mr. Lubosha. As the time is 16:40 hours, I suspend business for 20 minutes.
20 minutes health break, and at the time committee work was interrupted, Chief Full Member of Parliament, Mr. Lloyd Luboja, was on the floor contributing to Head 12 Office of the Public Protector, and so we do expect Mr. Lloyd Luboja to continue adding to Head 12 when the Committee of Supply resumes after break.
Yes, Taza, and when business resumed at 14:30 hours, Madam Speaker did make 2 announcements and rendered 3 rulings. Thereafter, the House considered 1 question for oral answer under Standing Order 74. And so we'll be giving you details of these later on. And the House has so far considered Head 16, which is the Drug Enforcement Commission, and still to come on the order paper, we expect the House to consider Head 34, Human Rights Commission. And so just now, we'll go on a break. Remember, business of the House will resume at 17 hours. Keep watching Parliament Television. Good afternoon.
You can now advertise on Parliament Television and Parliament Radio. For more information, call 0977 854102 or 0977 536487. Parliament Television, bringing Parliament closer to you.
Retired Brigadier General Morgan Istwala, Member of Parliament for Kaoma Central. Kaoma Central is in Western Province of Zambia. Retired because basically I'm from the background of soldiering. Been a full-time Zambia Army officer, not until 2014 when I retired. And 2016, I found myself here at Parliament. But before that, you would like to know briefly my background. I'm born from a village called Mapungu, village in Kalabo district of Western Province. Educated at both Mapungu Primary and Sefula Primary School. Sefula is in Mongo district. just a few kilometers off Mongwas. You are going to Senanga. And basically after that, I found myself at Hillcrest those days, Hillcrest Technical Secondary School. That's where I did my secondary education. And due to certain pressures of life, immediately after my secondary education, I had to get into the army. Basically, that's where I started my career. I had some siblings as my parents were getting very old to look after. And since then, everything that I've done is to do with the military. I served in the military for a period of over 33 years, if you like, and basically if you add the training, maybe you'll be going next to 35 somewhere there. And that is basically about my maybe school background and military. Military, if I'm to talk about the military, I think it's really quite a lot. It's a mouthful because these so many years that I spent, over 30 years in the army. You understand it has been a lot of activity, a lot of training, a lot of military units that I served under, both here in the country, and I was privileged during the last 5 years of my career to be sent out in the diplomatic service as defense attaché, opening the first ever military office in Abuja, Nigeria, where I served slightly over 2 years. And thereafter I went to complete my military career as a defense attaché in Beijing, China, and that's where I retired from in 2014. Yes, I'm married to Sylvia Mbuzi, my wife, who together we have children, 6 children, 2 boys, 4 girls, and that is my family. I'm 63 years of age. And when I left, I retired, I settled in Kaoma. Kaoma is my current home now. I had to settle there basically because, you know, in Western Province, that is about the agricultural land where you can do something in retirement. And before I could even retire, I got myself some land where I'm doing farming, growing maize, tobacco. I keep cattle and basically run a small business which is currently being managed by my wife and daughter. That is in form of a lodge, and basically that's where I'm settled. Well, my constituencies, I should say mostly rural, a bit of urban just at the center in Kaoma. That is where you can talk about a bit of urban, but it's quite a big constituency with 9 wards, and basically it's an agricultural based constituency, growing a lot of maize. If anything, we call it the food basket of Western Province. That is basically my constituency, consisting 9 wards, like I said earlier, and that is Runyati, Kalumwange, Chitwa, Namalova, Chilombo, Kashamu, Naliele, Longe, and Mulamatila itself, which is the center. So basically, that is my constituency. Highly populated. When you talk about districts in Western Province, I think it's about second in terms of population to Mongu, with very, very minor difference. Kaoma is one place where you find it is attracting so many people. Almost all the corners of Western Province are coming into Kaoma, basically for agriculture activities, like I said. And that's what makes it, I think, quite an activity-based constituency. My agenda, madam, you know, Kaoma being rural, I would say we lacked facilities like many other rural constituencies. That is especially in the school of, in the area of education. In the area of health, we lack water, our roads are bad. And from 2016, when I first came to Parliament, those are the issues that I've been trying to address, even with the previous government. We are lucky now, we have a government that has seen to come to address the problems of rural constituencies. And therefore, basically, I'll tell you what we've embarked on during this 5-year agenda. And it falls very well in line with the government agenda. We are trying to uplift our schools, which were still very bad. It's one of the constituencies in this country, madam, where we still had children learning under mango trees, where we still had children learning in shelters, grass-thatched shelters, and that is basically that we've been doing from 2016. Now with this money that has come in quite huge numbers, we are progressing that way. As I'm talking, a number of schools are being built. We are putting up water points in communities where there are many people, at schools, at clinics. We are also trying to reduce the distance between clinics. There are some places where we still had the people covering 50, 60 kilometers walking to the clinic. We are putting up clinics. We are putting up water, like I said, and as we come, or as we enter 2023, it has been our dream all the time to ensure that even the roads are attended to, and we have a plan to get ourselves as a constituency equipment. We have the money now, there's no excuse, so that we can work on the feeder roads. We still have problems even in town with our roads, township roads. It's a long story. The previous government had put up a contractor, or had contracted somebody to work on our roads there. This never worked. And what is happening now is that as government is still reorganizing resources to work on our township roads, government already has released a sum of 4.2 million, out of which already 2.6 million is already in our account. And shortly, the people of Kaoma should be able to see national service coming in to work on our roads to make, at least for this rain season, movement a bit easier. And after that, we are still knocking on government to ensure that the roads are done. Not only that, we still have even the main trunks of the roads. Kaoma, like you may wish to know, is a center of long distance travel. We have the copper from the northwestern belt that is passing through Kaoma. We have the main trunk from Lusaka and Tomongo. The stretch around Kaoma itself, these two roads are not very, very good. And I'm happy that the government has noted this, and we are always knocking on the minister's door to ensure that these two roads are done. This is in public domain. I think Minister of Infrastructure already has made these announcements. So as we try to uplift the schools, as we try to make the distances for our health facilities shorter, as we do the roads, as we put water, basically we see ourselves zeroing into the main town. We want to make our town also be attractive, I think, to the outsiders, and also to make our lives much, much better. With this money that is coming in and other programs that we've discussed with government, we want to ensure that Kaoma town, it is also uplifted. Basically, that is our agenda going forward. And I'm sure most of these things we should be able to achieve, especially given that the resource base looks very, very promising. Well, I just want to appeal to the people of Kaoma, I think, to remain very, very hopeful, to remain very positive, calm, in that now we have a government that understands not only lives of the people of Kaoma, but I should say the rural dwellers very, very well. They should expect the development to come, and what we are being given, I can assure them that it should be accounted for, and it will be accounted for. I think just this week, as we get just before independence, where ensuring that the empowerment that is meant for our people, it is completed. We are giving about 135 clubs this Saturday. Preparations are already underway. And what follows later is that we want to appeal to the people not to shun these government programs. The UPND government has come with an agenda that wants to see people working hard. Our agenda is not to give handouts on a raw cost like it used to be before. We would like people to work, and we are ensuring that when we give out these grants, we want to ensure that people utilize the money in a wise way that is going to uplift their lives. We also want to encourage them to also apply for these loans. CEC is active in Kaoma, and very shortly I know they will be coming. I think in a month's time a number of applicants will also be given loans. This we want our people, I want to appeal to the people of Kaoma to take advantage of this, because it is only those who are, I think, hardworking who will really see the benefit of this government. Like other areas, again, for those who are disabled, those who have got difficulties in life by which of one or two ailments, I think social cash transfer is working very, very hard, very, very well in our constituency. A number of people, a number of beneficiaries. In fact, the figures have increased. So going forward, I see quite some hope for our people. The learners under the CDF also, they are actually benefiting from this free education. We are paying, we are in time already for 2022. We have, I think, settled all the bills, including for those who are in trades schools. We want them, when they finish, to come forward, and we should be able to empower them so that together we can lift each other's lives up. And this is the intention of this government. This is the aim, and that way we'll progress.
You can now advertise on Parliament Television and Parliament Radio. For more information, call 0977 854102 or 0977 536487. Parliament Television, bringing Parliament closer to you.
Each tribe wants to live on its own, want to be on its own. They don't look to others as also fellow human beings, God's children at all. They get divided, they begin fighting, they begin destroying each other across tribes. So it is a very dangerous group of human beings on earth, not only in Zambia, all over the world, where people are divided according to tribes. We saw that if we did not bring up the importance of our nation, we'll be a divided people. A divided people meaning we cannot live together. We'll be fighting each other across the tribes. To destroy that, we say we will build this one Zambia, one nation approach, looking at tribes not as a way of life.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for still being with us on Parliament Television. At the time, business was being suspended at 1640 hours. On the floor of the House was Chifu Member of Parliament, Mr. Lloyd Luwoja, debating head 12, Office of the Public Protector, to consider estimates of revenue and expenditure, including capital and constitutional, and statutory expenditure. And so when business resumes at 17 hours, we expect Chifu, Member of Parliament, to continue debating Head 12, Office of the Public Protector.
And yet to be considered is Head 34, which is the Human Rights Commission.
When business resumed at 14:30 hours, Madam Speaker did make 2 announcements and rendered 3 rulings. And the House has so far considered 1 question for oral answer under Standing Order 74. And so when business resumes at 17 hours, we expect Chifu, Member of Parliament, who is Mr. Lloyd Luoja, to continue debating Head 12, Office of the Public Protector, to consider estimates of revenue and expenditure, including capital and constitutional and statutory expenditure.
Exactly, Matimba, and we must make mention that we did see resumption of committee work on Head 16, that's the Drug Enforcement Commission, and a total budgetary allocation of 190,079,400 and kwacha has been agreed to.
Yes, Taza, just now we look at some of the details of the announcements. In the first announcement, Madam Speaker did inform the House that the National Assembly will launch the Communication Strategy 2022 to 2026 and the My E-Parliament digital application as part of the efforts toward making a parliament that is responsive to the needs and aspirations of the citizenry.
Madam Speaker stated that the communication strategy augments the institution's desire to enhance public participation in parliamentary business through the various platforms. We now take you to the floor of the House.
Madam Chairperson.
For any business to transact. And so once the quorum is formed, we expect the House to continue considering Head 12, which is the Office of the Public Protector. And at the time business was being suspended at 16:40 hours, on the floor of the House was Chifu, Member of Parliament.
Bells are still ringing. A quorum has not yet been constituted. It is a requirement that 1/3 of members of Parliament need to be present for any business to be transacted on the floor of the House. And once business resumes, we do expect the Committee of Supply to continue considering Head 12, which is Office of the Public Protector. And we do expect Mr. Lloyd Luboja, who is Chifu Member of Parliament, to continue with his debate to this head.
And still to be considered on the order paper, we expect the House to consider Head 34, which is the Human Rights Commission. And so just now we take you to the floor of the House.
Order, honorable members. When business was suspended, the Committee of Supply When business was suspended, the Committee of Supply was considering Head 12, Office of the Public Protector, and Mr. Lubosha, Member of Parliament for Chifubu, was debating. May the honorable member continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Office of the Public Protector is supposed to be independent and must observe integrity, impartiality, and professionalism in carrying out its mandate. Madam Chairperson, we have incidences where we have unfair treatment to some of these public officers in these government institutions, where sometimes we have seen the recruitments taking place by these public officers specifically for a certain political class, or sometimes because of the ethnical grouping where they belong, they are the certain people who are employed in a certain. Thank you. The Office of the Public Protector must come in to protect our people against this maladministration. Madam Chairperson, service delivery to our people. We have seen that in public institutions, our people have always been victims. In clinics, hospitals, police stations, they have been unfairly treated by the public officers in these institutions. You would find that sometimes a clinic opens very late, and even that officer is very arrogant to the people. These must also be taken to the public protector to ensure that this maladministration is eliminated so that our people can enjoy better services. Prolonged delays, Madam Speaker. There are certain public institutions such as utility companies, also passport office, RATSA. They take long also to issue driver's licenses, passports to our people. Sometimes some demand nichekeleko. These cases must also be investigated so that we continue to give excellent and outstanding.
Honorable member.
Nichekeleko, Madam Speaker, is a something. Something is sometimes some money to be given to somebody to instigate him to move very fast. So we have seen challenges of our people failing to obtain these documents that they need, such as licenses. Even among the CDF programs, we have sent people to driving schools who have taken long to get their driver's licenses. We have seen situations where service delivery to our people in our government institutions such as ZESCO, you are going to find that there are certain areas that have gone for 5 days, 7 days sometimes without power, even when there is no load shedding in the country. Sometimes all these have been bordering on negligence of some of the officers in the offices. The Office of the Public Protector, with a budget allocated to them, they should up their games to ensure that our people continue to receive nothing but excellent and outstanding service, because that is the desire of the government of the day, is to give quality provision to our people. So if officers in these offices are working against the principles that have been laid by government, then it is unfortunate. It's like they are decampaigning the government of the day. So this institution is therefore there to protect government and ensure our people get nothing but excellent, outstanding, resplendent, exuberant, above all, resplendent services to our people. So, Madam Speaker, we are saying it is indeed important that the impartiality must also be practiced in the process of undertaking this. With these few words, I support the budget, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mutinta.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairperson, for giving the people of Itestes an opportunity to add their voice to this important head number 12. That is ascribed to another important office, the Office of the Public Protector. Madam Chairperson, this office is very important because it provides rights to the public especially the poor people out there, when they are seeking public services in our public offices. Madam Chairperson, I'm aware this office has been in existence from around 1974, and at this point we need to start showing what success stories have come from the Office of the Public Protector. Madam Chairperson, the Office of the Public Protector is very important, and maladministration, Madam Chairperson, is a cancer to society. Maladministration, Madam Chairperson, it retards development. Maladministration, Madam Chairperson, it perpetuates inequality, because normally it's those people who are low in society who struggles to access these services, groups such as youths and the women. Madam Chairperson, a lot of Zambians, they die in silence when they are trying to access services in most of these public institutions. This budget, Madam Chairperson, we are supporting it fully as a people of Witness because we know that it was going to cure the cancer that we've inherited of a very bad mindset that sits with the public service in this country. Therefore, this office, Madam Chairperson, it has a lot of work, and we need to support it fully to ensure that the people access the services. Madam Chairperson, in most of these public services, public institutions, we inherited nepotism. In most of these offices, there is corruption, there is a lot of negligence, especially in the hospitals. We've witnessed this. Even in my hospital in Itestes, there is sexual abuse being perpetuated by people who hold high offices in most of these public service institutions. And there is still segregation. And these are some of the issues, Madam Chairperson, that this budget that has increased this year to this important office, it is going to address, so that public service delivery is enhanced, and the people that desire these services, they access them with very little challenges. Madam Chairperson, allow me to comment on the increased allocation on investigations. Investigations, Madam Chairperson, are very critical, especially under this office. We are aware that a lot of times the cases that are reported to the Office of the Public Protector, they take so long to be completed. And with this increased allocation, we want to see that the investigations would be done and the cases should be disposed of within the desired period of time. I also want to mention that investigations are very expensive to execute. Therefore, the justification for increasing this budget is fully supported by the people of Itestes. Madam Chairperson, I would also want to comment on sensitizations. I'm privileged that this office, once upon a time, they came to Itestes to come and sensitize the public on issues to do with maladministration. And Madam Chairperson, it was a success story. The people of Itestes were hearing this office for the first time, despite this office being in existence for a long time. Therefore, we want to see a lot of money going towards sensitizations, so that a lot of people, they can claim their rights in terms of wanting to receive better services from the public service. Therefore, we want to see a lot of sensitizations, not only in the urban areas. Let them go in the rural areas as much as possible. The people in the rural areas, they are the ones that do not even understand the functions of this office. They have no idea where to report any form of maladministration. And that is the reason, Madam Chairperson, why our offices are being crowded by the people who are supposed to report these cases to this office. They come to the office of the Member of Parliament, they come to the office of the DC to report most of these maladministration cases that are taking place in these public institutions. Therefore, we need a lot of interface. This institution should interface with the community, they should interface with the public, so that the public report these cases to the right offices and they are executed within the desired period of time. Madam Chairperson, I'm aware that this office, last year again, we debated their decentralization.
I hope the amount of money which was allocated last year, they fulfilled the decentralization process to the other provinces. We want what we have put in this year to be actualized within the shortest period of time and ensure that we see this office in all the provincial, if possible even to the district level, so that these services that are desired by this office can also be accessed by the people in the rural districts. As I conclude, Madam Chairperson, I would also want to mention that we also expect this office to improve its administration, considering the fact that it has a new strategic plan. We expect that it should have young people who are energetic, officers who are innovative. We don't expect people that have been there for over years and years. Can we have fresh blood? Can we have innovative investigators so that issues can be executed within a shortest period of time? We want them to be reporting the cases they execute, just like what the anti-corruption is doing now. Can we see the cases that they've handled and they've exhausted to the fullest also being shared in social media, so that even the young people would understand the functions of this office and ensure that the public service of this country shall operate like corporate bodies, where there is efficiency, where there is a timely delivery. Even the PR itself in the public service, it leaves much to be desired. We need to see these changes, and they can only be actualized with enhancing this budget. With these few words, Madam Chairperson, the people of ITSS, they strongly support this budget, and I submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chanda.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, we wish to place on record that we do support Head 12, and in supporting Head 12, would, as a matter of fact, place on record that the allocation, as we've seen it, of about 10 million kwacha, in our view, is inadequate, considering the mandate that the public protector carries. Madam Chairperson, with your indulgence, the public protector has more or less the same powers as those of the High Court. For purposes of clarity, Madam Chairperson, some of the powers the public protector carries include the following. Number one, enforcing the attendance of witnesses and examining them on oath, examining witnesses outside Zambia, compelling production of documents, enforcing decisions issued by the public protector, citing a person or authority for contempt for failure to carry out a decision. And one must be qualified to be a judge in order to be eligible to be appointed to the office of the public protector. We are talking about a very serious office, and the gravity we've given to this particular institution, Madam Chairperson, calls for us to revisit even the allocations that we provide for the public protector. It is our submission, Madam Chairperson, that the public protector mandated to investigate maladministration in the executive arm of government requires that we give them more teeth to bite. Madam Chairperson, when we look at the Public Protector Act, we find that the mandate of the public protector is limited to a large extent. Limited to maladministration, and we basically just scratch maladministration on the surface. But if the public protector is to carry out the role that it must play, we must attach more gravity, more weight to the work that they carry. In buttressing our point, Madam Chairperson, we wish to place on record that corruption and maladministration are Siamese twins. Maladministration, Madam Chairperson, is a root cause of corruption. And so it is very important that even as we deal with the functions of the public protector, we must do a contrast between the public protector in Zambia and the public protector, as we've seen, in neighboring South Africa. In South Africa, Madam Chairperson, the mandate is broad, and I quote, "The Public Protector in South Africa is a supreme administrative oversight body. The Public Protector has the power to investigate, report on, and remedy improper conduct in all state affairs." When we come to the scope of our mandate in the Public Protector Act of 2016, what is clear is that the mandate is very shallow and the mandate is narrow. There's every need for us to broaden the mandate. There's need for us to expand the jurisdiction of the Public Protector in this country if the Public Protector is going to add value to the accountability and the transparency and what we seek to do and become as a country. Madam Chairperson, when we downplay maladministration, what we are playing with is a situation where your members of parliament, for an example, are mandated to make statutory declarations. And so here is an MP from Kanchivia, and I'm supposed to make my statutory declarations. I'll declare the loans I've got with that bank and this bank and that bank. We are not demanding the same for permanent secretaries. We are not demanding the same for directors. We are not demanding the same for heads of quasi-institutions or parastatal heads. This is where administration and maladministration is bred, and this is where it happens. And so what has happened is that instead of us channeling our resources and our energies in the right places, when we're trying to fight corruption, we are shooting in all directions and in the wrong directions. So if a member of parliament will make statutory declarations, it's just for sure because the public wants to know how much I'm owing a particular bank. But we know where maladministration is happening, and we know that maladministration goes to bed with corruption. You cannot have corruption minus maladministration, and there can never be maladministration minus corruption. Madam Chairperson, we wish to place on record again as we conclude that the visibility of the Public Protector in Zambia leaves much to be desired. Looking at the mandate that the Public Protector carries, there's no reason why the Public Protector must be sweeping its investigations under the carpet. We want to know. The Public Protector wants to know. The public wants to know. What is the Public Protector doing? How many cases have you investigated? Which cases are these? Are there high-profile maladministration cases? What corrective measures have been taken? Are there people who are being prosecuted for corruption, etc.? But the moment this is not happening, people will not even know what the Public Protector is all about. So we support this allocation, allocation to Head 12, but we want to call that going forward, Madam Chairperson, we would wish to call for more strengthening. Let's give the Public Protector more teeth, and let's give more allocation to the Public Protector if it is to discharge its functions according to the Act. Madam Chairperson, we submit.
Mr. Wamunyima.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. If there is an office, a constitutional office, that has been neglected by successive governments, it's the office of the Public Protector. And Madam Chairperson, the reason is simple. This office investigates the very structures that appoint it and fund it. That is its mandate. And that is why the office of the Public Protector is always underfunded. Madam Chairperson, this is an office which must be in all the provinces. It must be decentralized and it must be well popularized, even among members of parliament. When members of parliament are elected, there must be a conversation of the extent of the duties and functions of the office of the Public Protector. Madam Chairperson, the House may wish to know that the office of the Public Protector reports here, reports to Madam Speaker. Now, we have not heard of reports submitted from this office for many years. For many years. That is why I reluctantly support the budget, because even when we fund this office, are we giving it enough political will to function? This is an office that must have a fleet of its own vehicles. It must be in all the districts. There is a lot of maladministration in the civil service. A lot of it, just to mention but a few, we have district commissioners masquerading as MPs. We have a lot of indiscipline. So this office is very important. And it is important that reports from this office that come to this house must be subjected to oversight by the legislature. This office is actually an extension of Parliament. But if we were to review, to say, since the 2016 Constitution progressed from Investigator General to Parliamentary Ombudsman, Public Protector, how many reports has this office brought to Parliament? I dare question, Madam Chairperson, if there have been serious reports. Therefore, this office, Madam Chairperson, the functions of this office do not just need resources, they need political will. Why should we have an office which should address maladministration and there is no conversation with the people who must report this to the office? Madam Chairperson, there are people who reach the highest or the high offices or state public offices who do not know about this office and its functions. If we ask our colleagues or if we ask the public, do you know where this office is? They don't know where the offices are, even for the public protector. So, Madam Chairperson, as I support this budget, I am saying it is not, the money is not enough. And we need to protect this office by amending the subsidiary legislation, which does not reflect the spirit of Article 244 of the Constitution. Because the subsidiary legislation, which should give this office the competence of the High Court, there is currently, Madam Chairperson, a judgment in the High Court where the High Court was overruling the office of the Public Protector. It was Indeni Petroleum versus the Public Protector. So there are a lot of issues behind this, Madam Chairperson. We need this office to work because this office provides oversight. And I would like to urge the Minister of Finance that we should not be afraid to fund the office which should investigate public officers, including members of the executive. The reason why this office, Madam Chairperson, has got not much to be said to reflect in its history of what it has achieved, it is because it is deliberately, it has been deliberately in the past been underfunded. So what has been clear in the days of the week, in the weeks of the month, in the months of the year, is that this office has not been functional. But in supporting this budget, we urge the ministry to add more resources. This office needs to be at district level. And we must hear more about this office being popularized to the people so that maladministration can be addressed. In supporting this budget, I would like to submit that sufficient reform, legal reform, and political will augment the functions of this office. When there is political will and when reforms are undertaken, it will be realized that this office needs to be at district level. It will be realized that our members of parliament need to be engaged, to be taught, what does the public protector do? Our councillors, elected councillors, who fail to address the issues that are brought to them by the citizens, will be able to communicate to the people. This office, Madam Chairperson, if we had this office very functional, even the conduct that we see in some public offices, where some public offices entrench themselves in politics, would not happen. I would like to submit, Madam Chairperson, that I unreservedly support this budget line. I submit.
Thank you. Honorable members, we have to make progress. I will invite the acting leader of government business to wind up debate.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson, for the opportunity to wind up debate. May I take this opportunity through you, Madam Chairperson, to thank honorable members who debated and for supporting this budget unreservedly. Honorable Kalambo Lusekile of Kitwe, Lusekile Ward Kitwe, Honorable Luboja, Honorable Mutinta of Itejiteji, Honorable Chanda, and finally Honorable Wamnyima. I would like to start with Honorable Kalombo. Yeah? Kalobo. Please pardon me, Honorable, for that pronunciation. He emphasized on decentralization and wanted to know where basically we had decentralized as public protector. I would like to mention that we are in we are in 6 provinces, namely the Copperbelt, Northwestern, Southern, Eastern, Western, and Luapula currently, and will be expanding in the 2024 budget to Central, Muchinga, and Northern Province. All these provincial offices have staff and offices have been secured. To give examples, because he was skeptical as to where these offices were, just as an example, on the Copper Belt, Honorable, we have an office near the hospital at the roundabout on the road going to Kasenshi. So there is your public protector. Please feel free to go there and ask for services from there. In Southern Province, we are located at JK Complex. This is opposite the National Assembly of Zambia offices on the road to Choma Hospital. So we are there. Western Province, the offices are located at NAPSA. In Luapula, offices are on the Musenge Road. So those are the locations. Members of Parliament, please feel free to be able to contact those offices and find out more about the activities of these offices. So the other item that he mentioned was on the campaign, awareness campaign, 19. Was asking, how come you have done 19, whereas you planned for less? Essentially what the office did is to be most cost effective and efficient in the manner they utilize the budget. Further on, we are lucky enough that there is some assistance from a donor, a partner, by the name of GIZ. And so we are able to do a bit much more than was envisaged in the planned activities. I think mostly members have emphasized on the need to publicize this office. A lot of citizens do not know whereabouts and what its roles and functions are. We are in total agreement with that, and I think we'll do better. We must publicize. We must make this office to be known by the citizenry, because it's very, very important. It clamps down on corruption and maladministration, and we take note of that from all the honorable members, including the last debater, Honorable Wamnyima. So thanks very much, honorable members, for the contributions and your support. I thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you. Head 12, Office of the Public Protector. Head total 39,797,473 kwacha. Any debate? Any objection? I see none. I put the question. The question is that Head 12, Office of the Public Protector, Head total 39,797,473 kwacha stands part of the estimates. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Head 12, Office of the Public Protector. Head total 39,797,473 kwacha is ordered to stand part of the estimates. We now move to Head 34, Human Rights Commission. Head 34, Human Rights Commission, the acting leader of government business policy statement.
Chairperson, thank you very much once again. I wish to thank you most sincerely for according me this opportunity to present the 2024 estimates of recurrent expenditure for the Head 34, which is Human Rights Commission. The Human Rights Commission, hereafter referred to as the Commission, is a national human rights institution with a broad constitutional mandate to ensure that the Bill of Rights is upheld and protected as envisaged under Article 230 of the Constitution of Zambia. Pursuant to its statutory mandate under Section 9D of the Human Rights Commission Act, Chapter 48 of the Laws of Zambia, the Human Rights Act, the constitutional and legislative mandate of the Commission is to A. Investigate human rights violations, B. Investigate any maladministration of justice, C. Propose effective measures to prevent human rights abuse, D. Visit prisons and places of detention or related facilities with a view to assessing and inspecting conditions of the persons held in such places and make recommendations to redress existing problems. E. Establish continuing program of research, education, information and rehabilitation of victims of human rights abuse to enhance the respect for and protection of human rights. F. Do all such things are incidental or conducive to the attainment of the functions of the Commission. On this premise, I rise to present the policy statement of the 2024 estimates of expenditure for the Commission. Chairperson, the mission statement of the Human Rights Commission is outlined below. The Human Rights Commission, as a national human rights institution, seeks to contribute to the promotion of full enjoyment and protection of human rights for all people in Zambia through advocacy and promotion of human rights, investigation and the appropriate redress of human rights violations and monitoring of compliance with human rights standards. The Commission's goal statement is an effective, restricted, responsive, and independent guardian of human rights for all time. Overview of the 2023 operations. Chairperson, in 2023, the Human Rights Commission was allocated 32,754,027 kwacha only. Some of the achievements are as follows. Under promotion and protection of human rights, 1, the Commission facilitated the review of the Human Rights Commission Act to enhance its mandate. 2, by end of October 2023, the Commission had received a total of 1,519 cases. 3, the Commission also undertook inspections of places of detention across all the 10 provinces. B, held 3 public hearings in Itezhi, Masaiti, and Chadiza district to address issues relating to the right to land and the rights of the child, respectively. C, conducted awareness raising on Children's Code Act number 12 of 2022 in 7 provinces. D, conducted stakeholders engagement on amendment of the Bill of Rights to include economic, social, and cultural rights and ensure the death penalty is removed. 4, supported the state during the Universal Periodic Review for the 4th cycle process, including rendering a specific advisory and convening a stakeholder meeting. 5, worked with Ministry of Justice to facilitate stakeholder dialogue, which adopted a roadmap on the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights. 6, it also supported the state in convening a meeting to launch the National Mechanism for Implementation, Reporting and Follow-up, whose roles is, among others, to coordinate national efforts in implementing, reporting and follow-up on matters arising from international and regional human rights mechanisms. 7, 2 shadow reports were submitted to treaty bodies where pertinent human rights issues were raised for treaty bodies' engagement with the state. Under management and support services, the Commission facilitated orientation of the newly appointed commissioners. 2, the Treasury Authority was granted in September 2023 for 17 positions. Under the 2024 budget estimates, the activities chairperson, the functions of the mandate of the Human Rights Commission is executed through 2 key programs, namely 1, promotion and protection of human rights, which comprises 3 distinct sub-programs of providing investigations and legal services, information, education, training, research and planning. The program summary estimate is at 20,235,629 kwacha. The following are the sub-programs. A, human rights education and awareness. B, human rights advocacy. C, human rights violations and investigations. Under management and support services, management and support services ensures that quality services are provided to the executive office bearers, that there is effective human resource management and the provision of efficient logistical and material support services to the Commission. The program summary estimate is at 20,486,678 kwacha. The sub-programs are as follows. A, executive office management. B, human resources and administration. C, financial management, accounting. D, financial management, internal audit. Further, in 2024, the Commission plans to undertake the following. A, review and update conditions of service for commissioners and staff. B, seek Treasury Authority for full implementation of the approved staff establishment. C, ensure land and building, secure land and build offices for head office and new provincial offices. In summary, the Human Rights Commission operational budget estimates for 2024 amount to 40,722,307 kwacha. Chairperson. The budget estimate for the Human Rights Commission before this August House will ensure that the rights of the people in Zambia are respected and upheld, as this funding will go a long way in sustaining the operations of the Commission. In this regard, I appeal to the honourable members to support the estimate of expenditure for the Human Rights Commission as presented. I thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Chala.
Thank you, Madam Chair, to give me this opportunity to contribute on this very important head where human rights is concerned. This institution is very important, but we have not seen them doing what they're supposed to do in most of the cases which have been reported. As I support this institution, this commission, we want them to ensure that when any issue that has been reported, there are people who could be arrested, detained in cells for 5-6 days without giving them the police bond, or they are given the police bond. After that, they go home. That is torture on its own. That's physical torture. Because if someone cannot be taken to court after he has been detained for 5-6 days, you can imagine the families, the problems that they go through. So we want you, as a commission, to take keen interest to ensure, because now you are not cadres, now you are public officers. So when you are dealing with any issue concerning human rights, you should not go with political lenses. You are employed or appointed on behalf of the people of Zambia. You have to serve the people of Zambia without any discrimination, so that you are relevant in this society. If you can't do that, people will look at you. You are not going to be relevant. You are going to lose relevance. People are expecting a lot from you where human rights is concerned. People have right to property. People have right to privacy, so on and so forth. So it's up to you to look up. People are looking up to you to help these people who are being trodden upon by the power that may be. I'm also asking you, requesting you to visit some of these police cells, detention cells, so that you can find out people who have not been charged, who have not been taken to court, but they are still there. Why is it that they have not been taken to court? Because everyone is supposed to be held before the court of competent jurisdiction. So these are your mandate. As we support this budget, we want you to perform to the expectation of Zambian people. Madam Chairperson, I just say that I support this ahead, but let them not deal with any issue with political lenses. then you are going to appreciate and they are going to be relevant to our people in our republic. Madam Chairperson, I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Katuta.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the voice of Chenge to be heard. I would have loved to debate, especially the ombudsman, because I thought that institution doesn't exist in our country. However, the ombudsman has some common kind of roles with the Human Rights Commission, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, it's very sad that we are wasting taxpayers' money on these institutions. We waste the money, taxpayers' money, because they enjoy the money for doing nothing. We only see statements when it suits them. Our rights, including here in the House, have been trampled upon, but they are so quiet.
Honorable Member, Ms. Katuta, please let's avoid debating ourselves. We are not supposed to debate ourselves. So please focus your debate in another way. I'm sure there are a lot of examples rather than debating ourselves, which is not allowed according to the standing orders. You may proceed.
Much obliged, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I must insist that these people, what they're doing, if anything, they should be caught to book. Why? They do not do what they're supposed to do. We only hear statements when it concerns high-profile people, especially the politicians. Though some politicians, they can't even make a statement. Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, Human Rights Commission is doing nothing to protect and safeguard the human rights of the Zambians. Most of people, in order for them to get even a passport, it has to take God himself to come and intervene. That's a violation of a Zambian's human right. As we speak, Madam Speaker, Chiengi doesn't have tap water, and which is a basic human right for the people of Chiengi. And the Human Rights Commission is seated there, and they've never said anything. This is what we're saying. We are wasting taxpayers' money, Madam Chair. When we talk of education, Madam Chair, as we speak, we have a lot of children from Chiengi who want to get student loans and also bursaries, student bursaries, to get into their universities, but they've been denied that opportunity. Madam Speaker, where is Human Rights Commission? We have some children who were on scholarships in certain institutions who have been dropped because they come from a certain area. Where is the Human Rights Commission? These are the things that we expect to hear the statements being issued by the human rights and to investigate. Madam Chair, when we talk about human rights...
Order, Ms. Katuta. There is an indication for a point of order. What is your point of order?
Madam Chairperson, I wish I could even say my apologies to honorable colleague who is on the floor. But the matter I'm raising is so serious. The honorable member who is debating has just made a very, very serious allegation that in awarding scholarships, there are students that have been denied scholarships purely because of where they come from in this country, without laying evidence on the floor of this House. Madam Speaker, is she in order to make such a divisive statement without anything to back it up? I seek your serious ruling, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you. Since that matter now is out in the public, I don't know whether Ms. Katuta has got evidence so that we support her in what she's saying. Ms. Katuta, do you have evidence of that matter where some pupils or students have been denied scholarship just because they come from a certain region? Do you have that evidence?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, it was even on some media houses. We had about 30 kids from Luapula province who were toy-toying. They had been denied scholarships. It's there. I have to Google it and I bring my phone on the table, Madam Chair. It's in the public domain. And those kids, they started now approaching members of parliament from Luapula. It's there in the public domain, Madam
Ms.
Chair.
Katuta, we have a lot of issues that are running on social media. Sometimes what is being said on social media is true, sometimes it's totally wrong. So we cannot actually depend on social media. So that's why I'm asking to say, have you got something that we can use as proof of what you've just said, so that we make progress? Do you have proof now?
Madam Chair, thank you so much. It's most unfortunate that it's not on social media. It was on the media. A movie TV televised that on the news, Madam Chair. So, and the one who rose on the point of order, Madam Chair, didn't even cite the standing order that I breached, even if I'm responding, Madam Chair.
Honourable Member, I think for the sake of progress, you knew very well that you were coming to debate this matter on the floor. You should have come prepared so that you are supported with your debate. So in this case, Honorable Ms. Katuta, we don't have that evidence which supports what you've just said. So for the sake of progress, it's better we just withdraw that and use other examples for the sake of progress. Something that has got
Madam
evidence.
Chair, I withdraw as long as it's in the public domain. People of Luapula, they agree with me. I withdraw, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we are wasting money with the Human Rights Commission. If you go to the cells, police cells, Madam Chair, and look at the pathetic conditions of those cells, Madam Chair, you agree with me. Where is the Human Rights Commission? So, when we talk also about the way Zambians are being treated today, our democracy is being butchered. They've not issued not even a statement. They are waiting. So why should we have them? They should investigate. If the church calls for, there's a statement to say this is what we are talking about, they are the Human Rights Commission. If a bag of meal is expensive, then it's an injury on the Zambians. So we expect them to investigate, to safeguard the rights of the Zambians. The high cost of living, Madam Chair. We cannot just leave it like that. We've heard of so many things that are taking place. People are being transferred for doing whatever. In a second, immediately they're transferred. Madam Chair, that's what we're saying. A lot of people have been bundled there at a PSMD, drawing salaries from the treasury, and others are also drawing salary. And those are the human rights, and we're being told the 400 who are at the PSMD are being told now to retire in the national interest. Some of them very young. Where's the human rights, Madam Chair? Those who came from DMMU, where are they? Which offices are they working from? And we have the so-called human rights. For what? Because if they say they need somebody to report the issue, Madam Chair, we have an issue that has been going on in Chiengi. That has been going on in Chiengi, and we've been reporting this, and the people of Chiengi on that particular village, because they do not have enough, their education level is so little. They've written letters. No one has come through to the people of Chiengi at that particular village. Where's the human rights, Madam Chair? They should not be even getting our taxpayers' money. If it was a member of parliament taking taxpayers' money like that, Madam Chair, would have been told to give it back, or a politician. It's not only politicians who are stealing from the national treasury, even the human rights. I thank you, Madam Chair. I don't support this line, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Mapani.
Thank you so very much, Madam Chairperson, for according me this opportunity to add 2-3 sentences to this very important motion which is on the floor of this House now. Madam Chairperson, Human Rights Commission is a very important commission that ought to be respected, and I support the bill from ab initio that has been allocated to them. It will only be prudent for anyone to debate about the issue of human rights when we are able to differentiate the categories of human rights. To start with, Madam Chairperson, there's what we call civil and political rights. And only when you understand the category and what falls under that can you prudently debate. After that, Madam Chairperson, there's what we call economical, social, and cultural rights. Again, we should be able to understand the rights that falls under that category. If not, you'll be able to misdirect yourself because you won't know anything. The third one, Madam Chairperson, is the issue of group rights. Though, Madam, today we are talking about the issue of budget, let me restrict myself to that. Madam Chairperson, Human Rights Commission, the whole essence or purpose of having it is to ensure that people's rights are respected, protected, and promoted, period. Now, if that is the case, are we seeing the situation now that tilts towards that? The answer is yes, compared to the way we lived before. At the moment, every citizen in this country is able to enjoy his or her rights without interferences. Before, we have observed where people's rights, particularly civil and political rights, were infringed willfully. Governments abrogated people's rights. We have quite a lot of precedences that we can cite. However, because of time, Madam Chairperson, it's not prudent or it's not inevitable at the moment. But it's very important to indicate that the Human Rights Commission, the allocation that has been given to them, how I wished more could have been added, because people's rights, particularly in the rural setups, have been infringed. People still believe that the way they lived before is even still the status currently under New Dawn government, because the issue of education and awareness is not there. So it's my appeal, of course the budget has been already allocated, that we needed more money to this commission, because we expect them to go down to the rural setup, knowing very well that in any political, particularly a democratic dispensation state, issues of human rights are at the core. At the core meaning that, Madam Chairperson, people's rights ought to be respected. People ought to enjoy the rights, regardless of geography or ethnicity. Now, arising from that fact, and looking at the allocation that has been given to them, we expected more. But we have the hope that the issue of decentralization will actually have a play in this. Because looking at what's happening now, and the Human Rights Commission offices, we still need to have more, so that people in the rural setup can have a feel and an understanding of how the rights ought to be respected. Because if we leave it the way it is now, people still think what happened before is what is obtaining up to now. Yet we have now a government that, Madam Speaker, is in everyone or anyone's face that the freedoms, particularly the civil and political rights that people are enjoying everywhere. Today, it doesn't matter which political party you affiliate to or with. You have the right of association, or freedom of association and assembly. Rights of movements are there. We saw these things. We saw how people's rights, Madam Chairperson, were violated before the 2021 general elections. Yet the commission is there. If we didn't understand the whole instance why it was formulated or established by our act, then we'll be able to know that now in Zambia, the democratic space has actually increased. It has increased. Because people now are free to move wherever they want. Freedom of speech is there. People are able to associate and assemble without any interference. Further, Madam Chairperson, the citizens in this country, regardless of who and where they are, like I said, regardless of geography, you can move from one point to another, and no one will actually come and derogate your rights the way it used to be before. Now, what are we seeing and what do we expect? Of course, we expect more, but I would urge the Human Rights Commission to put a bit of some hustle in ensuring that the people in the Lulo setup get to understand the whole instance why this commission is, why it was established. With these few words, Madam Chairperson, I submit.
Mr. Chitotela.
I thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Human Rights Commission draws the mandate from the Constitution. The Human Rights Act is a subsidiary registration that was driven from the Constitution of the Republic of Zambia, as amended in Article 1 and as amended in 2016. And this is at 230. One of the functions as given to them by the people of Zambia is the Human Rights Commission shall ensure that the Bill of Rights is upheld and protected. Number 3, the Human Rights Commission shall investigate and report on the observance of rights and freedoms. Fundamental freedom, Madam Speaker, are God-given freedoms that we are born with. And the Human Rights Commission must come in to protect, because we live in the world where human beings would want to abuse their friends' rights to life, life to coexistence, life to association, and life to assembly. The Human Rights Commission must be there to protect the weak in society. Minister, you must understand that where your right begins and ends, somebody's right begins. So we must be able to know that if in the past the freedom of association was infringed upon, that is not a justification enough that even now the people must not assemble. Violation of human rights is violation of human rights, whether done by Chitotela or it is done by Tembo or it is done by Hamududu. It is a violation of human rights, and that must be condemned. A violation on the human rights is an assault on the existence of God. Is it because human rights, the human being was created by God, and God embedded in us what we are born with. It doesn't matter. As for me, Madam Speaker, those that mistreat individual persons, I don't see them to be good human beings to live along with, regardless of where you come from. It's because that is an injurious on the intention that God created a human being to exist as a free being. We must be able to respect one another. We must be able to protect one another. Today, tomorrow, yesterday, yesteryear, even in the years to come, we have seen individuals where the president has given directive that no individual suspect must stay for more than what is prescribed in the Constitution, that even in the Act, once they come into conflict with the law.
Mr. Singombe, what is your point of order?
Madam Chairperson, I'm very, very grateful for granting me this point of order premised from Standing Orders number 65. Madam Chairperson, I just wanted to find out whether my fellow elder was present during the previous regime when a lot of UPND were being prosecuted. Where was he? Why did he preach to his fellow colleagues to stop abusing UPND? Madam Chairperson, I seek your serious ruling in this matter. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Singombe. I think we all know that Mr. Chitotera was there in the previous parliament. So really there is nothing to answer more. He was there. He knows what transpired. So Mr. Chitotera, please, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I had a platform to speak, and I spoke. And that is me. Those that are associated with you tell you. Whether I spoke in private or what, at least I had a platform here, and even now, I have a platform to advise. It is up to those that I'm advising to take my advice or not. The minister minds, I'm the one debating. So, I want to speak with Madam Speaker that the fundamental human rights gives individual right to life, right to property, right to privacy, and right to existence. And those must be respected. I was speaking that His Excellency the President on several occasions has spoken to the enforcers of the law that whoever comes into conflict with the law, make sure that you investigate. After you have established the case, then you can move into effect an arrest so that within the prescribed period, that person is presented before court. But the opposite has been the same. And where has been the human rights? Their absence has been very loud, that everybody is able to see. Their absence and their quietness is very loud. So we want to call upon them to make sure that those that violate the human rights, as we prescribe in the law, as enshrined in the Republican Constitution, must be called to order so that we can live in a normal and just and orderly society where we coexist as human beings, as individuals, as people that belong to one Zambia, one nation. That must not just be a statement. It must be a practical way of living. The minister, it is good, but unfortunately, I said advise. It will be either you take it or not, but we will not sit and not to advise. If you check today, I was saying, there has been individuals, Madam Speaker, some of them who've stayed in detention for more than 3, 4, 5 months. If you check, others have not even appeared in courts of law. Others are detained and their access to be visited by their lawyers and public, the members of the public, is restricted. Even if you go within the prescribed time, within the law, they will tell you, no, you cannot have access to them. Clearly condemning the detainees to condemned prisoners. And where has been the human rights? The human rights voice has been quietly very loud that all the people of Zambia are able to hear their silence. I want to call upon them. Yes, I know they've been moving around in prisons and in police stations to sensitize people. I am aware that they even visited my district in Kawambo. They were in Northwestern, they were in Southern Province, but visiting and education is not that enough that we require as a people. Where you hear and see that the human rights of Zambian citizens are being violated, we expect you as the watchdog institution to stand up and voice out. Speak so that you can be able to correct. At least you will have done the right thing. Even if your voice is not heard, is not respected, at least you will have done your part. You will have spoken to injustices that are being perpetuated by those that are given the mandate to enforce the law, by those that are given the mandate to administer justice in Zambia, so that you will have done your part. Even on that day, you will say, yes, I did that I was given to do, and I did my part. If those that are charged with the responsibility to protect and safeguard the human rights are not doing that, at least you will have done your part. And Madam Speaker, as I support the budget and as I sit down once again, I want to call upon the Human Rights Commission to do your job as assigned to you by the Republican Constitution. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Ms. Sabao.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the people of Chikankata an opportunity to add a voice on this very important head 34. Yeah. Madam Speaker, from the onset, I support the increment of this budget from 33 million in 2023 to 41 million in 2024, which is a 24% increment. Right. Madam Speaker, human rights are measured by how government respects the rule of law. And Madam Speaker, human rights are part of our daily lives. However, Madam Speaker, the challenge we've had in this country is that human rights are measured using politicians, unlike the general populace. Madam Speaker, under the new Dawn government, we've achieved a lot of things using human rights through the rule of law. For someone to be given free education, it's a human right. Because when you are educated, you know what is right, what is wrong for you. You know when you are being abused. You know when you are being treated fairly. It's human rights, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, in the recent past, we had in this country a life where people wanted to stop even using certain colors. Why? Because our human rights were being abused by those who were given the powers to lead this country. And when you go around this country, the only people who complain of human rights are politicians. Why not the general populace? Because the politicians are looking at their interests of getting back power. But the general populace of this country are happy with the human rights under the new Dawn government. And we have a president who has given a policy direction that all Zambians are equal before the law. This is why he, through his policy direction, has given every child free education. When you talk of human rights, you've been given empowerment through the CDF. That's human rights. It means that when you are given the empowerment, you are able to generate your own resources to live a better life. Because one of the basic lives under human rights, you need to have shelter, food. So if you have the economical power through the empowerment, it means that you have the human rights. Exactly. However, we have people who are using this same platform of human rights who have the right today to even insult the president, to insult leaders. Where we are coming from, even if you are a leader, you are not supposed to insult someone who is older than you. Yeah. But people are abusing human rights in this country. In the name of human rights, when they are being arrested, they complain. So us as leaders, we should lead by example, by educating our children that being a human rights advocate does not mean that you should insult anyone at any time. Exactly. Respect your leaders. Madam Chairperson, we've been given access to a lot of opportunities in this country. And I'm very surprised that today, under this era, we have people who are complaining that in this country we don't have human rights. When people in the recent past, maybe just 2 years ago, some of us were not even given opportunity to do business. When you submit a business opportunity, I'll check on the name, where you are coming from, who you are related, who you are married to. But this time, it's about someone having the qualification to have that business. Do you have the right papers? That's a human right. In the recent past, Madam Chairperson, we never saw adverts in the newspapers. In the past 1 year, our children have been employed. There are adverts under defense, under Ministry of Health, under Ministry of Education. That's what we call human rights. Because when those children are working, they will have access to resources that they will be able to pay for their houses, they will buy their food, they will send their children to good schools. That's human rights. However, Madam Speaker, us as the women of this country have had a challenge where the issues of peace and justice are. When you are a leader in this country as a woman, you are looked down. most of the men, they feel like all leadership positions should belong to them. We are supposed to be equal partners in development. If a woman qualifies for that position, give them. When a woman makes just a simple mistake, the whole world will stand against that woman. When a man makes a mistake, it will be an error. So us as the women, through the Human Rights Commission, I urge you to go out there and sensitize the world that women are equal partners in development. They also have space in this country. Children should be protected. You can only do that through sensitization programs in our communities. A lot of our children are being abused because they don't know their rights. But through the commission, I urge you that come up with programs, radio programs, newspaper programs, focal discussion programs in the community where people are taught their rights. At the moment, even the majority of our women, they don't know their rights. They can't speak up. When they want to speak, they are told, sit down, you are a woman. But can you educate our women to stand up? Because this world or this country will not develop without a woman. Where there is no woman, there is no democracy. Where there is no woman, there is no development. We need each other for this country to develop. Hence, it's important that the human rights, you sensitize our people, the rights that they can participate in decision-making at all levels of decision-making bodies, including politics, even at household level. Most of our women are being abused because there are some men who think like if a woman is a housewife, then she doesn't participate. Who is taking care of the house? It's a woman. You go for work. If she's not cooking, she's not doing the right things, you will not enjoy when you go back home. But she's at home. That's a full-time job. She should also participate in the sharing of the monthly salary because that's her human rights. So from this background, Madam Chairperson, I support this budget. However, I urge the Commission to go out there and sensitize our people their rights so that they are able to participate fully. The people of Chikankata support this budget without reservation. I thank you.
There is a point of order, Mr. Michero. What is your point of order?
Thank you so much, Honorable Madam Speaker, no Chairperson. Chairperson, the Honorable member who was debating, was she in order not to tell the Zambian people how Sin Tembo, the president of PEP, was beaten by the PF cadres during the time when PF was ruling, when he had the right to move into town. And he also failed, Madam Speaker, Madam Chairperson, to mention that the PF government had removed meal allowance from the students at the University of Zambia. Madam Speaker, I need your serious worry.
Mrs. Abawa, the honorable member who was debating, was not out of order because she was mentioning what she thought was very important for this particular head. So those are her own views. We cannot force her to say something that you want it to be included. So she was not out of order. So, honorable members, we are running out of time. If we can just have maybe 5 minutes each for those remaining. I know we are all interested in this matter. So please, let's just use 5 minutes and then we close. Mr. Msanje. It will come.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Chairperson, for giving the good people of Mbabane an opportunity to support Head 34, the Human Rights Commission. Indeed, as we support the budget increase, Madam Speaker, this is exciting times, having a renewed commission with a new board that we just recently approved and included more members. So we are going to see more quality things, Madam Speaker, because indeed, riding on the submissions by my honorable colleagues from Chikankata and Namgala, the human rights of this country were in tatters in the past regime. We saw, Madam Speaker,
the brutal killing of our people in the daylight, such as Sama, Mapezi Chivulo, Joseph Banda, Madam Shimuzira, who was simply studying in her room and tear gas was thrown in her room. Madam Speaker, people now are free. They are able to attend football matches, churches, move around the streets. There is no tear gas being thrown at them. So our democracy is growing, and it's now even more enjoyable for many people, thanks to the new dawn and His Excellency, President Hakainde Hichilema, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, who has made this possible because he has been very categorical about the upholding of the human rights. Madam Chairperson, we can look at the social media where certain people have deliberately been daring the state with a lot of insults. Opposition leaders who write a lot of insults every day just to try and get arrested. And when they are arrested, Madam Speaker, they cry the loudest and pretend to be very sick, Madam Speaker, as though they are going to die tomorrow. But as soon as they are out, 2 days later, they change. They now start again insulting. Are these the human rights we should be talking about? I urge the Human Rights Commission since they are doing capacity building workshops, to hold a workshop for the opposition leaders so that they can train them on human rights as submitted by Honorable Mapani. They need to understand what are the civil and political rights. They need to understand what are the economic and social rights and those group rights, so that they can advocate for more important things, such as the economic and social rights that are in our Bill of Rights, which we need to amend in future when we have constitutional amendments, so that we can be able to provide free and compulsory education to our young people. Our children now are sitting on desks. Our children now are learning in classroom, and yet others want to cry that we don't have human rights. I was just being shown on the Facebook page of our honorable member for Chinsari, where 14 classroom blocks are being built and the desks distributed in his constituency. Those are human rights restored in Chinsari by the new Dawn government, Madam Speaker, where those children are going to enjoy quality education. That is what we need, not the noise we are hearing from our opposition colleagues who are crying on small things that do not matter to this country. Like it has been said, the restoration of meal allowances to our children at the University of Zambia and other universities is an excellent development that restores the rights. Madam Speaker, with these words, the people of Mbabara wish to submit that those who want to have their teeth removed because they want to come into politics, indeed to have their teeth removed, and they should blame themselves. They should not cry human rights. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you for using 5 minutes. The last member, Mr. Kasandwe, if you can do the same so that we close the head.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, the issues of human rights are matters that we should not simplify. And this is a very serious topic that we need to discuss with level-headed. It doesn't matter what political lenses one is putting on, Madam Chairperson, because all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and in rights. To deny people their human rights is to challenge their very basic of being human. Human rights doesn't depend on who says what, because there is this trend which is coming on our society to simply say, New Dawn, APF. They have absolutely nothing to do with the enjoyment of human rights. Human beings are born free. All we need to do, all of us, is to ensure that we create an environment and a platform where these humans can enjoy their rights of association, freedom of expression, and so on and so forth. But, you know, at one point, Madam Chairperson, I was even wondering if we still have a Human Rights Commission in this country. because of the many abuses that we have witnessed in the recent past. We've witnessed a number of human rights abuses. I can cite examples because I usually like giving empirical evidence. We saw not too long ago when some police officers went to the former president's residence to grind down the gate. They went to Sean Tembo's house, broke the lock, and the members who are debating, they were very selective on talking about abuses of human rights. We've had a number of other individuals who have been killed. So, but the point I want to make is that aside, let me now speak to the human rights. There are so many abuses. This is to the Commissioner. There are so many abuses that we are witnessing. I had the privilege at one point to belong to a committee on legal affairs and human rights and governance. We benchmarked prisons and police cells in the southern part of Zambia. And what we saw was not something that you can like to see. Okay? So I'm just encouraging you to begin to ensure that these human rights are respected without fear, without favor, without wearing any political lenses at all. Because these human rights are fundamental and they are rights by birth. Because if we do not respect these human rights, as I alluded to, then we kill the very basis that makes human beings as human. So please, as we debate this motion or this estimate, let us be above board and wear the lenses of being Zambians and respect each other's freedoms. People have died in the past. People are dying now. Human rights have been abused in the past. Human rights have been abused now. But what we are urging the Human Rights Commission is that as they are given resources, let us be blind to the political inclination and ensure that we protect human rights for all Zambians. Madam Chairperson, I submit.
The acting leader of government business, wind-up debate.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson, for the opportunity to wind up debate. Human Rights Commission, the human rights is very, very important. It has been a very important topic, and we could see from the debates that took place on the floor of Parliament. So I would like to take this opportunity, Chairperson, to thank all the members from both the right as well as the left who deliberated on this very, very important head. We take your counsel. We take your counsel, and I think the Human Rights Commission will endeavor to do all it can to ensure that all citizens are properly protected and enjoy their human rights. It's a right, and it shall be instituted and protected by the watchdog institution called Human Rights Commission. However, I would like to correct certain impressions that were made on the floor of this House and immediately go to Honorable Katuta of Chiengi. She calls it Chiengi, of Chiengi constituency. She has alleged that this government has been involved in dismissing workers or civil servants on national interest, like it was previously being done on a massive scale. This is erroneous. It's not supported by fact, and we know that she cannot produce any evidence at all, because it has not happened. This government will not do that. I think the President of the Republic of Zambia has emphasized this. And knowing the President of the Republic of Zambia, once he promises and says something, he sticks to that. And we have seen it. The other erroneous allegation, again from Shiengi, was on the fact that students from a certain region were discriminated against in terms of getting higher education loans. This is alarmist. It is an alarmist assertion. Alarmist assertion. And it should not be entertained on the floor of this parliament because it's false and only serves to divide this country other than to unite. Ours, this government, believes in uniting Zambia from all corners of society. And this is why we emphasize from the heart when we say one Zambia, one nation. It is one Zambia, one nation, and not one Zambia, one side. So, going further, I think I would like also to commend the Commission for doing certain things. They have gone to prisons, they have gone to various schools, etc., to basically ensure that the citizens know their human rights. They are advocating for they are taking steps, by making great contributions on the recent launch from prison audit report, which brought out pertinent issues. This is very important. They are being a watchdog in all institutions. They are also looking for areas. The Commissioner is advocating for the expansion of Bill of Rights for the purpose of including economic, social, and cultural rights. Currently, the Bill of Rights only covers civil and political rights. This is what the Commission is doing, and it should be commended for what it has been doing so far. But as on a whole, may I conclude, Madam Speaker, by saying and putting on record that this government respects human rights more than any government before, any government hitherto. And we support the Human Rights Commission to play its role as a watchdog institution. Madam Speaker, Madam Chairperson, I thank you.
Thank you so much. Head 34, Human Rights Commission. Head total 40,722,307 kwacha. Any debate? Mr. Mwambazi.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, I just wanted a clarification on the human rights education and awareness. 2023 was 10,700,000 and 2024 estimates is 5.4, and how they intend to achieve all these sensitization workshops and other human rights workshops with the reduction of this much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
What page is that?
This is 362. 362.
Page 362. Yeah. Kindly repeat faster.
Madam Chairperson, page 364, 362, under program 001, then the main head is 4140.
Okay. 001. Yes. The question was, why has it improved or what?
Yes, Madam Speaker, it's gone down. If
Right.
you look at human rights, education, and awareness, approved 2023 was 10,700,03234. Now, estimates for 2024 is 5.4 million, 413,295.
Thank you. Why has it gone down?
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Yes, indeed, it has gone down by about 49%. That's good observation. And this budgetary allocation has reduced due to the realignment of some of the sub-programs activities to the other sub-programs under the same program for ease of implementation. So there has been a realignment of certain activities to other programs, and this is why it has gone down. I thank you.
Thank you. I put the question. The question is that Head 34, Human Rights Commission, had total 40,722,307 kwacha stands part of the estimates. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it, and the question is resolved in the affirmative. Head 34, Human Rights Commission, had total 40,722,307 kwacha is ordered to stand part of the estimates. There being no further business, the committee will report progress and ask leave to sit again. Madam Speaker, I have to report to the House that the Committee of Supply on the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 1st January 2024 to 31st December 2024 has gone through the following heads: 16, 12, and 34, and has made progress and asked leave to sit again.
Thank you. Day for resumption of committee work.
Tomorrow, Madam Speaker.
Committee work to resume tomorrow. The acting leader of government business, adjournment.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is that the House do now adjourn. Any debate? Any objection? The question is agreed to. The House is now adjourned.
Good
Good evening. Thank you so much for still being with us on Parliament Television. The House has just adjourned until tomorrow, 14:30 hours. We go straight into looking at business that has been considered on the floor of the House today, Tuesday, 14th November 2023.
So when business resumed, Madam Speaker made two announcements. In the first announcement, Madam Speaker informed the House that the National Assembly will launch the Communication Strategy 2022 to 2026 and the My e-Parliament digital application as part of the efforts towards making a parliament that is responsive to the needs and aspirations of the citizenry. The communication strategy augments the institution's desire to enhance public participation in parliamentary business through various platforms. The mobile application enables citizens to interact with honorable members of parliament in real time. Further, Madam Speaker invited all honorable members to attend the launch, and the launch will be held in the amphitheater here at the main buildings on Thursday, 16th November 2023, starting at 09:30 hours.
In the second announcement, Madam Speaker informed the House that in the absence of Her Honor the Vice President, the Minister of Defense, Honorable Ambrose Lufuma, will act as a leader of government business in the House from today, Tuesday, 14th November 2023, until further notice.
And thereafter, Madam Speaker did make three rulings. In her first ruling, Madam Speaker reminded the House that on Wednesday, 4th October 2023, when the House was considering the motion of supply for the 2024 national budget, and Mr. Alex Katakwe, Member of Parliament for Solwezi East constituency, was on the floor, Mr. Kalalwe A. Mukosa, Member of Parliament for Chinsali constituency, raised a point of order. The point of order was premised on Standing Order 65-1B of the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders 2021, which requires a member who is debating to ensure that the information he or she provides to the House is factual and verifiable.
In investigating the matter, Madam Speaker said that she had recourse to the relevant verbatim record of the proceedings of Wednesday, 4th October 2023. And so after recourse to the verbatim record, Madam Speaker stated that Mr. Alex Katakwe MP in his debate insinuated that there were people in the past who had borrowed money and put it in their pockets. He, however, did not lay any document on the table to support his assertion, and so Mr. Alex Katakwe MP was therefore out of order.
Thereafter, Madam Speaker did make her second ruling, and Madam Speaker reminded the House that on Wednesday, 4th October 2023, when the House was considering matters of urgent public importance, and Honorable Rodney Sikumba, MP, Minister of Tourism, had just concluded responding to a matter of urgent public importance raised by Mr. Davison Mungandu, Member of Parliament for Chama South constituency, Mr. Mtotwe Kafwaya, Member of Parliament for Lunte constituency, raised a point of order against Honorable Rodney Sikumba, MP, and in his point of order, Mr. Mtotwe Kafwaya, MP, asked whether the Honorable Minister was in order to pit the members of Parliament against their constituencies by making them believe that the members had the power to direct how the Constituency Development Fund, CDF, was applied. He further stated that the Honorable Minister was aware that it was the Ward Development Committees, WDCs, that directed the application of the CDF.
Madam Speaker stated that she reserved her ruling to enable her investigate the matter, and so after investigating the matter, she had recourse to the relevant verbatim record. A review of the record revealed that Mr. Kafwaya MP's point of order was not based on any standing order, rule of procedure, or privilege of the House that had been breached.
Further, Madam Speaker stated that from the foregoing, it was clear that the point of order breached the procedural requirement she had just referred to. In this view, the point of order was inadmissible.
In the third ruling, Madam Speaker reminded the House that on Thursday, 5th October 2023, when the House was considering question for oral answer number 74, and Honorable Suvia Maseo, MP, Minister of Health, was on the floor, Mr. Chinkuli, Member of Parliament for Kanyama constituency, raised a point of order, and the point of order was made pursuant to Standing Order 44 of the National Assembly of Zambia, Standing Orders 2021, which relates to the duty of the Leader of Opposition to assist the presiding officers maintain discipline in the House.
After making reference to what occurred and the relevant standing order, Madam Speaker said the point of order was not raised immediately after the alleged breach occurred as required by Standing Order 132(1)A, and in view of this, Mr. Chinkuli MP's point of order was inadmissible. So those were the three rulings that Madam Speaker made.
After those rulings, the House went on to consider one question for oral answer under Standing Order 74, which came from Kwacha Member of Parliament, Mr. Charles Mulenga, and he directed his question to the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development. He wanted to find out a question in 5 parts. In part A, whether the government has any plans to construct a road from Mufuchani Bridge in Kitwe District to the Ndola Mufuria Road, and the Minister did respond to say that government has plans. In part B, the Member of Parliament for Kwacha wanted to find out if so, when the plans will be implemented, and the Minister responded to say that the plans will be implemented once Treasury secures the required funds.
And in part C, the member wanted to find out what the estimated cost of the project is. The Minister did respond that the estimated cost of the project will only be determined once the contractor is procured. In part D, what the estimated time frame of the completion of the project is, the Minister did respond that 18 months from the day of commencement. And in part D, if there are no such plans, why, the Minister did respond that there are plans.
After consideration of that question for oral answer, the House resolved into Committee of Supply to consider estimates of revenue and expenditure, including capital and constitutional and statutory expenditure. And so the House has today considered three heads, and the first head that the House considered is head 16, the Drug Enforcement Commission, and so 190,079,400 kwacha has been agreed to stand part of the estimates.
The House also considered Head 12, Office of the Public Protector, and a total budget allocation of 39,797,473 kwacha has been agreed to.
The House went on to consider Head 34, Human Rights Commission, and so 40,722,307 kwacha has been agreed to stand part of the estimates.
Exactly, Matimba. And so basically that's the business that the House has considered today from the time business resumed at 14:30. So on behalf of Matimba Mkua and Mita Zapiri, and of course our sign language interpreters, that's Jason Manda and Chola Kauma, and the entire production crew, it's a pleasant evening. Continue watching Parliament Television. Good evening.
There were 59,439 registered cashew nut farmers in Western Province.
The situation as it is, I'm incapacitated.
The good people of Petauke, especially in Inika 1, where we don't have water.
This is now a serious risk on the people with Testezi. Last week we registered one maternal death.
Within the CDF, we can build palaces for all chiefs in our country.
Minister, when are we going to have money? When are we going to construct those people?
Catch us live on DSTV channel 272, OTV channel 28, Topstar channel 5, or visit the National Assembly of Zambia Facebook page. Parliament Television, bringing Parliament closer to you. Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia recently led a delegation to the 147th Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union, IPU, which was held in Luanda, Angola. Madam Speaker's delegation included the following: Mr. Harry Kambone, MP for Kalomo Central; Mr. Oliver Amutike, MP for Mongo Central; Ms. Jacqueline Sabao, MP for Chikankata. Others in the delegation were Mr. Kalie Mandandi, MP for Sioma; Ms. Wongile Mwamba, MP for Kasama Central, and Mr. Emmanuel Banda, MP for Muchinga. The delegation also included Mrs. Cecilia Skatele Mambwe, Deputy Clerk Procedure, and Mr. Kawimbe Stephen, Deputy Clerk Corporate Affairs, and some officers from the Office of the Clerk. The 147th IPU Assembly was held under the theme Parliamentary Action for Peace, Justice and Strong Institutions, a theme derived from the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal number 16, which is also known as the Governance Goal. The Assembly provided a platform for parliamentarians to deliberate, exchange views and galvanize parliamentary action in the area. The delegations made statements on the general debate mainly focused on the country positions on the theme. Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia, the Right Honorable Madam Nelly Muti MP FAPRA, in her speech to the general debate stated that the theme could not have come at a better time than now, when most regions of the world are engulfed in conflict.
The former Secretary General of the United Nations, Dr. Kofi Annan, once reflected, and I quote, "Peace must be sought above all, because it's a condition for every member of the human family to live a life of dignity, security, and justice," end of quote. As I share my reflections on the subject matter of parliamentary action for peace, justice, and strong institutions, SDG 16, let me hasten to state that this topic could not have come at a better time than now, when some regions of the world are engulfed in endless cycles of conflict and violence, which have reversed years of investment in development and impacted negatively in the well-being of their people. No country on the African continent is better placed to host the 147th Interparliamentary Union meeting under the subject under consideration than Angola, given its experience of having been at war for close to 3 decades, but now a stable and admirable country championing peace, not only in Africa, but other parts of the world. Angola, we salute you. For your leadership, you have shown the world in demonstrating that where peace, justice, and strong institutions exist, there is corresponding strides in development and respect for human rights.
Officially opening the 147th IPU Assembly, President of the Republic of Angola, His Excellency João Lourenço, who is also current Southern Africa Community Development Chair and Chair of the Great Lakes region, expressed concern at the instability in the Mediterranean and some parts of Europe as well as other parts of the world.
National reconciliation and political stability are the main achievements of our people, which allow us to convey and share these principles and values with other countries, mainly those of the Great Lakes regions and the Southern African region, where we still find some hotspots of instability, violation of constitutional normalcy, and weakening the social and economic fabric of those countries. As current chair of SADC and equally chair of the International Conference on the Great Lakes region, I've been intensifying efforts in order to find long-lasting solutions in order to bring into normalcy some of the conflicts on the African continent through intense diplomatic activities.
His Excellency Lourenço urged the parliamentarians to generate profound reflections which will contribute to the promotion of peace and social justice.
The National Assembly is the main guarantor of consolidation of our state of democracy and rule of law in promoting citizens' rights and liberties, and by adopting economic development and social inclusion policies at local level, whereby the voices of women, youngsters and minorities represent the wealth of the national culture. We do consider that the hosting of this 147th IPU Assembly in Angola is a tribute to the dynamism of the Angolan parliamentary diplomacy.
And speaking at the same event, outgoing IPU President Duarte Pacheco urged the parliamentarians to be influencers of positive change if they are to engage society.
Encontramos igualmente a necessidade de implementar.
We also find the need to implement policies that will help us to achieve the SDGs. But 12% of these goals they are achieved, and we also face threats on democracy with some population xenophobia, and they also threaten the needs of the society and democracy and the growth of ITs, and sometimes it's also against the democratic ideal. And same way we also see the absence of long-term strategies in order for us to face the challenge on digitalization, namely on the AI. I acknowledge all the parliaments that had the initiative to have the commission for the future, so that they should discuss on the challenge that was launched by Secretary General Antonio Guterres, that should not just be in paper, but it should also involve the citizens, as we all better say, the parliamentarians. Ladies and gentlemen, according to Pepe Tela, if we want to transform and change the world, and we are unable to change ourselves, IPU sought to go against the speech, changing to be closer to the parliament, to be aware with the society dynamic, the wish of the people, and through that way to carry a culture of change to each of all the parliamentarians and the parliaments, because the great change in our society will only happen if we are all engaged that it should happen.
Regain the trust of the people we serve. We must uphold the rule of law. And as we celebrate 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, protects people's fundamental freedoms. And above all, we must work for peace and harmony within our communities across our regions and around the world, staying strong on multilateralism, reinforcing the importance of treaties, and keeping our words for a more secure and peaceful world, benefiting with benefits to the global community, shall be the foundation of our actions.
Speaker of the Parliament of Angola, Dr. Carolina Sequeira, affirmed that the gathering of parliamentarians would commit to building bridges of dialogue and fraternity and cultivate and preserve human values.
We need strong institutions led by strong men and women that are able to bring reasons to subjacent to the development of our countries, and that should alert all for the dramas of the youth that is drowning in the oceans in a search for greener pastures, and those fundamental rights and infrastructures that are being destroyed by weapons that do not spare defenseless people. To assure peace, the feeling of justice and the need of the institutions' role should be the basis to guide our actions as parliamentarians. We should not spare efforts to advocate with our governments and the justice entities to have a dignifying posture of respect to human nature, to fulfill the law with judicial actuation that is impartial.
In another development during the assembly, Speaker of the National Assembly, the Right Honorable Madam Nelly Muti MP, was elected to serve a 4-year term on the IPU Executive Committee, the highest decision-making body in the IPU. The only other Zambian to have served on the IPU Executive is the late Republican President, Mr. Michael Chilufya Sata, when he served as Member of Parliament. The 147th IPU Assembly also elected Dr. Tulia Ackson, the Speaker of Parliament of Tanzania, as the first ever female IPU President from Africa. Dr. Ackson takes over from Duterte Pacheco of Portugal and will serve a 3-year term. The 147th IPU Assembly concluded with the adoption of the Luanda Declaration, in which the parliamentarians agreed that SDG 16 relates to Parliament more than any other SDG, and that Parliament are key institutions of governance in every country. The parliamentarians also agreed that, as representatives of the people, they were better placed in terms of restoring conditions for peaceful coexistence that support sustainable development and democracy in all their dimensions.
You're watching the department's program on Parliament Television, a program that looks at the operations of various departments under the Office of the Clerk at the National Assembly of Zambia. Today, our focus is the Parliamentary Broadcasting Department, which is headed by the Principal Clerk, Ms. Kashimbi Limata. I am your presenter, Matimba Mkoa. Ms. Limata, welcome to the program.
Thank you, Matimba.
Just to get us started, kindly brief us on your role as the Principal Clerk, Parliamentary Broadcasting Department.
My role as the Principal Clerk of Parliamentary Broadcasting Department is to supervise all the work that goes on in the Parliamentary Broadcasting Department. The department is charged with the main responsibility of ensuring the live broadcast of parliamentary proceedings on Parliament TV and radio. So as Principal Clerk, my task is to ensure that all the operations in the department are working efficiently and effectively to ensure that this service is always available when Parliament is sitting.
What is the composition of the department and how many officers do you have?
In the department, we are 19 officers. There is myself as a Principal Clerk, and there is a Deputy Principal Clerk in charge of television, and there is another Deputy Principal Clerk in charge of radio. Then away from the Deputy Principal Clerks, we have one executive producer, one producer, we have 4 presenters that also double as announcers, we have one graphic artist, we have one video editor, we have one TV director, we have 3 camera persons, and we have 1 engineer and 2 technicians. The total of that number should give us 19. That's the composition of the department.
How many sections are in your department?
In our department, we have 2 main sections. That's Parliament Television and Parliament Radio. But I may hasten to also mention that we have another key unit in the department, which is the technical unit. And this is a unit that works to ensure that all the technical aspects of our broadcasting on TV and radio is up to speed, and that this service is always available.
Having talked about the sections that are in your department, how does the department contribute to the work and mandate of Parliament?
The Parliamentary Broadcasting Department, like any other department at the National Assembly, feeds into the mainstream of the National Assembly of Zambia. Our main mandate is to ensure the live broadcast of parliamentary proceedings. Then, as an institution, we have a strategic plan that we all fall under. As an institution, we have evolved over the years, and the National Assembly of Zambia has been undertaking various reforms. These reforms have been done to meet the aspirations of the Zambian people. As you know, we're a people's parliament, so whatever we do should strive to meet the aspirations of the Zambian people. So actually, the broadcasting department was birthed out of the parliamentary reforms, and these reforms aimed at taking Parliament closer to the people. Then I'll move on to the strategic plan. So as an institution, we have a strategic plan. This plan outlines where we want to be as an institution. So this strategic plan runs from 2022 to 2026. So in the strategic plan, the Parliamentary Broadcasting Department falls under Pillar 2. And this Pillar 2's main aim is to ensure public participation. We are a democratic country, and in any democratic society, the people are the center. So public participation for us as a department is very important through the broadcast of the proceedings of the House as it meets live. But then I should also mention that we broadcast away from the live proceedings of the House. We also broadcast committee meetings, because then committee meetings are also another key component in the work of Parliament, so that people know that away from the chamber, which they watch on Parliament TV or listen to on radio, the members of Parliament also have got other responsibilities. There's a lot of work that goes on in committees. And also that's our other responsibility on behalf of the institution, to ensure that the Zambian people are able to see what members of Parliament do in committees. Then also another mandate that we undertake on behalf of the institution of parliament is sensitization and education. So we do a lot of sensitization programs. Like, for example, this interview in itself is an education program because people will be able to have a better understanding of what the Parliamentary Broadcasting Department does, just like we have done a lot of other programs of other departments. So to us, this is very important because then it sensitizes the people. They get to have a better understanding on what actually happens here at Parliament. Then we also have got a lot of other education programs that border on education, that border on health, that border on the environment. But more so, as I talked about, Pillar 2, which is public participation. As a broadcasting department, we also provide information on avenues on which the public can participate in the work of Parliament. Like, for example, we have a number of programs on Parliament TV and on Parliament Radio, where we give an opportunity to members of the public to call in, to ask questions, to seek clarity on various aspects that affect them. So for us, this is very important because then we're acting as a bridge between the public and the institution of Parliament. So this is how we feed into the mandates that we've been given by the National Assembly of Zambia management.
What are your final remarks?
Well, before I get into my final remarks, let me take advantage of this interview to advertise the platforms on which people can find or access Parliament TV and radio. So Parliament TV is accessible on the Topstar platform, the DSTV, and the GoTV platform. When the House is in session, we also do live streaming on Facebook. Then Parliament Radio is accessible in Lusaka on 92.5 FM, and it's also accessible in some selected towns where we've been able to extend our coverage. But for those that do not have the coverage of Parliament Radio, they can also stream our Parliament Radio on our website. So these are the platforms on which people can follow, and I want to appeal to the Zambian public to take keen interest in what is happening in the Parliament, because they are the ones who elected their representatives to come and speak on their behalf. And whatever it is that they discuss in Parliament is supposed to be for the benefit of all of us as Zambian people. So those are my concluding remarks. Let the Zambian people continue following Parliament TV and continue following Parliament Radio.
Ms. Limata, would like to thank you for giving us this opportunity to come and learn more about the broadcasting department in the National Assembly of Zambia.
Thank you very much, Matimba.
There you have it, viewers. You've been watching the department's program under the Office of the Clerk at the National Assembly of Zambia. And today our focus was the Parliamentary Broadcasting Department, which is headed by the Principal Clerk, Ms. Kashimbi Limata. Until next time, this has been your presenter, Matimba Mkoa.
I'm Kapelwa Mbagweta, Member of Parliament for Nkeyema. I went to school for my primary school in Sefula. Then I went to the Sheke Secondary School. Then to the University of Zambia. After completing at the University of Zambia, that time we had the one holding company called Zimco. I started working at Zesco, where I spent most of my time, I think around 10 years. Then I was transferred to Zambia State Insurance. From Zambia State Insurance, I was transferred to Zimco head office, where I stayed until Zimco went into voluntary liquidation. as a result of a political decision by the government then. From that time, I went into the private sector. I worked for PricewaterhouseCoopers for a number of years. Then I went to NAPSA, where I was the first director of human resources in the Transform the National Provident Fund. After that, I retired, became a full-time consultant, and also on the sidelines, a politician. This is my second term. I was first elected in 2016-2021. I'm married with 5 children. The people in Nkema are farmers. As a matter of fact, Nkema is the breadbasket of Western Province, second only or probably at par with Kaoma. And so we do a lot of farming there. And in the future, after we've done all the basics, we will be applying some of the CDF to productive activities. Productive activities in the sense that you buy tractors and that sort of thing. So the enhanced CDF is the icing on the cake, because in Nkema we have 4 ways of bringing development to the people. Firstly, through central government. Secondly, through CDF now. Thirdly, through corporates and the international non-governmental organizations. Of course, the enhanced CDF means that all of a sudden we've been able to do so many things which we never imagined. So, for example, from the infrastructure side, last year we had the 16 projects, and we have 8 wards, which means 2 projects per ward. And if we add up projects also by the partners, would be in a year in the region of 20, 30 projects at a go. Obviously, the enhanced CDF has enabled us to do a lot of things, including the skill development, which would not have imagined possible. In the rural areas, unlike the towns or line of rail, people or citizens can appreciate the meaning of the enhanced CDF, unlike maybe in Lusaka, because everywhere they go, they can see and feel the presence of the government in terms of addressing their needs. And so we are grateful for this opportunity, in effect, to deliver on all things that are possible and have been made possible. And of course, in Nkema, we are slightly luckier than other constituencies because some of the partners, like World Vision, like WaterAid, are bringing projects to us which will reduce substantially on some of the money we would have spent through CDF. So, for example, by bringing maternity annex to our health centers, by bringing water and sanitation arrangements to a number of schools, and so that has reduced